Okay, and we are live. Hello. Hello, people. Okay, I just got on here. So let's let this camera adjust. Have to give it some signals here. Or maybe it's got to warm up. Okay, maybe not yet. Well, okay, people. How are you? It looks like I'll have to do this by hand, just kind of settle it in a little bit. Yeah, hello there, people. This is Tom Omega, and this is the INFJ Experience. Now, as of this moment, there are not quite anybody in the chat. So let me do a sound check while I've got the opportunity. Let's do the sound check here. Okay. Okay, are we? It's saying that I have sound here. Why am I not hearing my sound? Just trying to get my sound going here, people. External headphones, no. Mic, many speakers. Just give me 1 second. Hopefully my audio is doing well. It's showing here that the mic is working. The mic is transmitting, but for some reason I don't seem to see my okay, let's see. I'm trying to get my sound settings going here. Headphone port, balance, output, volume, mic, mute. All right. For some reason I'm not getting I'm hearing myself obviously, but I'm not getting okay. Try that one more time. Typically, not hearing the sound here. Okay, Bluetooth is on. Maybe I don't want Bluetooth on. Turn off Bluetooth. Okay, just trying to figure out why I don't hear myself. So I'm not sure if I'm hearing this. So anyway, people are just okay, I'm going to try this something else. It's part of it is showing that I have audio. I just don't hear it on my end at the time. That's typically why I like to do these sound checks, as you know. But what I want to do here is I'm going to find out, go to another source here. All right, go to my trusty iPhone and pick up and find my channel. As easy as that goes. Billy the Goat, how you doing? Billy the Goat, how are you? Can you hear me okay, by the way, Billy? I'm trying to do a sound check. It's not showing on my display here. I'm just trying to make sure I'm getting the sound going here. But how's things going in? Audio is great. Well, thank you. Thank you so much for telling me that. For some reason, it's just not displaying here for me. I guess you're right. I did take your word for it, but I just. Okay. Okay, that gets a little bit. That's to sound like a Pink Floyd's, kind of like the Wall or something. Things just keep going on and on. All these echoes and stuff. You know what I mean? So anyway, it's good to see her out there. So yes, who do we got here? Oh, LOL, the insanity loop. Yes, exactly. Well, that's why we got to turn the volume down. Obviously, that would just, like you said, drive you crazy. Just having us hear that over and over again. Yeah. So I wasn't able to go on last night. I did leave a post last night that I was going to try to do one today, which I did. So here we are. So hopefully some more people will be coming on in here. As the word comes out, as maybe some notifications get sent, they will be directed to this broadcast. Okay, so we'll do that. Okay, as you can see, yeah, just so anyway, people, hopefully everything's going well. I must tell you, up here in the Northeast, we've had an absolutely perfect day today. It was like a low humidity. It was warm, but not too warm, but it was low humidity, and there was a nice gentle breeze, as you know. I mean, just look out my window out there. You can see how full it is right now. I mean, it's full summer right now. I mean, summer is as full as summer can be right about now. But then again, that's pretty much what it's all about. Okay. So, but anyway, yeah, we're so far doing well. Now, as you know, I've recently put out a video. And what was the latest video I just put out? I actually had to come up with something interesting, and it was about what happens after an awakening. Okay, things to what you can expect after you've gone through the dark night of the soul. And if anybody hasn't seen that, okay, we have three watching. If you haven't seen that, that's a good one to watch. That was a pretty good watch as far as. And now, basically, what that is was my take on the whole thing. That was just my interpretation as to what exactly that is, what our dark night of the soul is exactly, what we go through when we finally go through the, let's say, like I said, the dark night, that vapid sea, whatever you want to call it, those moments in our life that, these some of these people, these monks go way up into the Himalayan mountains, into those monasteries to find. They want to find these moments where their soul goes into that kind of dark night. Now, funny thing is though, like I said, so many times in the course of there are moments, there are people, moments in the world they want to find themselves. And but the outer stresses of the world, just the hustle and bustle of life, of just being caught up into basically the rat race, the maze of society. So many ways these distractions are so distracting that people can't separate themselves. A lot of times that's what happens. I mean, now um, most of the time that's what happens. I mean, people try to seek certain fulfillment, certain spiritual fulfillment in their life, and these distractions somehow get to them. So they have no choice but to take a maybe a couple of years vacation, maybe change their life, take 6 months off, and they go to these retreats, these monasteries, and they purposely go through the ritual of finding that isolation, that true isolation, finding that depth within themselves. They don't talk to anybody for weeks and months at a time, and they pray, and they make their lives uh, purposely, basically uncomfortable in a sense. Wouldn't say uncomfortable, but they take away a lot of let's say just desires, as far as their outer fleshly desires, their outer worldly desires. But so okay, so I'm getting off track, but typically this is how they find the dark night of the soul. It's almost like they have to induce it in a way. Now, some people need to do this. There's quite a few. Now, trust me, I mean, these monasteries, there are people that are highly spiritual that come out of these Buddhist monasteries, Christian monasteries. I'm sure that each and every major religion has a version of monastery, of going into their isolating zone, their monk modes, and finding themselves. My point is this: is that we have a unique personality type. Now I'm going to go back to the INFJ, the introverted intuitive, especially INFJs, because of the feeling, the introversion, and the self isolation which we have within us through the course of our life. We're naturally built. We are naturally built. We tend to be able to go into these monastery zones in a sense without having to actually go to a monastery. Now, not to say INFJs never do that. You can do that, of course, but the way we're built, we're pretty much built for that whole endurance of the dark night of the soul, just the way we are. And we're the type. Now, I'm going to testify from my own experience, people. I'm going to talk about how it went down for me, because during that time, I went months, spent much time in that isolation, the dark night, having a lot of just deep despair, deep anguish, and an uncertainty about who I was, where I was going, and not knowing even if I was on the right path, almost like being more lost than you've ever imagined feeling. Now, typically, we have these bouts in our life where we feel these moments of being lost, these moments of feeling vapid, but basically, we are able to just get along with it. I mean, we're typically, like I said, we're just this is one of the things about our personality, is that we feel very isolated, feel very alone in our heart, very alone amongst other people. So it seems as though a lot of times INFJs can just go through their whole monastery zone, their dark night within themselves naturally. and come out of it with a heightened consciousness, as if you spent months, maybe years in a monastery. I don't know, just an interesting observation I've had, that's something that I believe an INFJ type personality has that kind of just built in. It's almost like our being the fact that we're so introverted, intuitive, and we're in our own mind and everything, and we're kind of isolated there. Yeah, we're like, it's like our own mind somehow becomes our own monastery in some ways. Okay. But the key is this, people, being that we're INFJs, it takes you a lifetime. It takes a lifetime of wisdom, of living, persevering in your life, just to understand that this is who you are. And when you eventually discover that, and just understand that your whole internal isolation that you have is not your detriment. It turns out to be your greatest strength. When this realization happens, you know you're pretty much on the right path, because that strength is now going to be harnessed. That will be your greatest source of refuge when you find that that lone spot in you no longer is the lone spot. Like I've said this many times before, people. I can't stress this enough. But basically, that was what my last video was about. It was basically about understanding what the dark night of the soul is, understanding what the day after the dark night is all about. Okay, monasteries or mental prison, or maybe asylum. Now we can make it all of those, Billy. I mean, depending, it's a good the good way you pointed that out, Billy. We could, depending on who we are, depending on our spiritual strength, depending on our life that we've had. Listen, some of us, do go crazy in our mind. Yeah, and sometimes at points, I think we feel like we go crazy a little bit, or we're not sure if we are. We have to reel ourselves in many, many times and find that center spot again to keep us from losing our mind. I've had this happen before. And I think I've talked to enough of us to know that I think this is one of our plights, okay? But also mental prison. I sometimes feels like that as well. Sometimes we feel like we have not figurative bars. We're not in like behind walls, not behind a warden's prison, behind a cell, but a figurative mental one. Yes, absolutely. Where we feel like we want to break out. We want to be who we want to be, but our personality holds us back. That whole um, the way we have the conflicting elements within us that just hold us back from fully unleashing. Um, Even though we've tried it, I mean, it causes a lot of conflict as well. That's right. It's nice and padded inside my mind. It's nice and padded. So you have a padded cell of a mind, then, huh, Billy? Okay, that's nice. So you're in one of those little rubber. You get a straight jacket on in there. We're all like kind of held in. And you're in your mind, just you're looking out through the eyes. You're hearing through the windows of your eardrums. You get all your senses. You're not literally in there, but yeah, you feel like that, huh? Listen, at times, I think that's part of who we are. Uh, but the thing is, from what I've understood too, I mean, there's two things you can do. Either you can force yourself to be more sociable, force yourself to be more outgoing, let's say, and have more friends, more influences out there, or you can accept. You need to at some point have to accept, because as long as you fight who you are, as long as you are fighting your introversion, fighting your intuitive polar opposites. Okay, you got the internal introversion, the solitude, and you got the FE reaching. We get these two polar opposite forces within the conflict of our mind. But it's up to us to figure this out. It's up to us to kind of find a neutral. It's almost like finding, like, when you have two polar opposites, you have like centrifugal force, and centripetal forces. I mean, two polar opposites. One is going outward, one is drawing inward. Okay, but you have these two simultaneous forces in your mind and your psyche. But at some point, though, it's a you have to find a fulcrum, like a center point, like almost like find a middle part where you're in a gear that is in a neutral spot where you can look and see the both of these things without being consumed by them, without being affected by them. Like again, like I said, it's almost like finding that eye of the storm. I have a hurricane, that center that is still. You're not affected by the swirling, whirling uh, uh, winds of the hurricane, but you found your inner center. It's up to us to find this within us as well, to find some kind of a common, like I said, a fulcrum, a kind of a middle ground in a sense where we're not affected. I mean, I'm saying this figuratively, but this is a psychological mental exercise. But this is where you find your peace. But but usually as we go through the dark night of the soul, this is when we find this. This is by facing this, by being in the heat of the conflict, by actually being in the depths of the storm. Let's say you face the storm. Okay, like I said, the dark night of the soul is basically facing yourself. I mean, you're going to feel more vapid, more empty than you ever have. You're going to feel that. Now, even monks say this. Monks go into these isolations as well, and they fast. They deliberately starve themselves. They add another element of suffering to themselves. Yeah, they fast for days. I don't know about weeks and months. I mean, there's got to be a certain limit. Probably they must do it for maybe a week, maybe a week and a half. I mean, there's got to be a point before you actually, you don't want to cause too much physical harm to yourself. But some of them take it to an extreme. Some of them may go beyond and just, I mean, our Lord went 40 days, 40 nights in the desert. As it said, I mean, before his ministry, he went through his dark night of the soul. That was his version. When he began his ministry, when knew it was his time to go on to hit his mission. Yeah, his first thing was to fast 40 days, 40 nights and be tempted by the devil. Now, that was I think that was written in John, but that was his dark night of the soul. But yeah, and then but as he was weak, as he was depleted, hungry, starving, yeah, then the devil came to tempt him. And even then he didn't falter. But this was his temptation. So yeah, that's part of our journey. But that's what it includes. But my point is that at some point, though, you have to walk face first into these storms. You actually have to feel the pain of them, not run from them, not escape them, not dread them, but face them, even though you're uncertain of your direction, even though you're uncertain of what's on the other side. Now, I'm talking eternally. This is a spiritual inside, but these feelings are there. These pains are going to be in there, but you have no choice but to face them. That's why it's called the dark night of the soul, because that's how else can you describe a plight like that? But what happens after that, though, eventually, though, the way I've described it is it may take as long as it has to take. It may take weeks and months. It might take a series of uh, of moments in your life. But finally, without a big announcement, one day you're going to just wake up, or a few days are going to go by, and you're going to say, I haven't cried in a while. I haven't wanted to, shed any tears. Let's say I haven't felt anxious. Like the pain is gone. That lump in my throat that I was getting when I was thinking about things in the past, it's gone. And all of a sudden, you feel yourself say, you know what? I feel at peace right now. There's a certain edge of peace that I feel, like a certain wholeness right now within myself. It's almost like it just dawns on you that one day, after all this time, you're going through this dark night. It just dawns on you, as you persevered, you were ready to continue on with it, but it just dawns on you that it's gone, and it doesn't come back. I would imagine if you backslid, if you basically just took all that and started doing crazy things with your life, I'm thinking you could backslide. if you really wanted to, but you'd almost have to deliberately do that. I mean, deliberately do that in order for you to go backwards. But there's a certain threshold that you cross. When you cross that threshold and you find that level of peace, you want to stay there. Okay. But also understand that too is there are dry moments in that after the dark night of the soul, the day after the dark night, there are moments in your life you're going to feel as though you are um, uh, I'm trying to come up with just dry, like no inspiration, like just feeling like you're in nothing, like limbo, like no emotions. You're not happy, you're not sad, you're not angry, you're not depressed, you're not anything. You're just like totally neutral, completely neutral. Like your emotions in some ways are gone. And sometimes you feel as though your mind is quieted. You're not going to want to speak as much anymore. You're going to listen and observe more than you speak. You definitely do change. Okay. Let me see some of the comments you get out there. Let me see. Well, we have six coming in. Okay, Billy the Goat. We get it's nice to pad my inside. It's nice in my padded inside my mind. External crises are fun. Okay. Well, are they fun to you, Billy? Okay. When you look back on them, when you back on them after you've gone through them, you can look back and say, okay, I made it. Maybe you could think they're a little fun then, but while you're having them in the middle of them, they're not always necessarily fun, but I don't know. Okay. Face face them, feel them, and be with them. Michael B, 42. Hello there, B Michael. That's a now I don't think I might have seen that name once or twice in one of the lives before in the last previous weeks. But anyway, you got that, face them, feel them, and be with them. Yeah, that's all you really can do. That's all you can do. But what I was saying before is that INFJs have that unique ability to face these internal conflicts within ourselves and not have to usually go to a monastery. Usually, our monastery is built right in. It's something unique that we have within ourselves. This is something that I've been observing people. Is that you know, not to say other people can't do that, not to say we're exclusive, but I think that's one of the things we got going for us. You know, boy, imagine that. Yeah, yeah, that's quite an advantage, huh? Yeah, okay. uh, it's always weird when it's the dark night and someone pinches your boy. Yeah, that's a little wrench in the works. That's a bit random. Yeah, you're walking around the dark night, and then somebody just reaches and pinches you in the butt, huh? Oh my gosh. What a crowd I got here. I'll tell you. I got quite a crowd out there. That'll snap you out of it. Oh, yeah, sure. And depending on who's doing it, too. Okay. I mean, it all depends on who's doing the pinching back there. Okay. I'm very selective. I would only allow certain people that I would find that to be okay doing that. If you know what I mean. I think you know what I'm saying. So, our monastery is in our head. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Michael. Was that Michael or that is Michael or is that or not? That's not Michelle, is it? B Michael or B Michelle? Could you tell me what is that? I think Michelle is ELL or something. Yeah, I think it's Michael, right? Okay, I know there's a masculine and a feminine version of that. I think it's B Michael. Okay, but our monastery, Michael. Okay, I thought. Okay, thank you. I thought I'd clear that up with you. Yeah, no, absolutely. I think our monastery is in our head. Is exactly. Um, yeah, just the way we're built. I mean, I think that's one of the things we have. Now, I've been not, but you know what? Also, sometimes, sometimes the allure of being in your mind and being in there, sometimes we can get lost in there too. I mean, we may think we have this advantage, and our mind is this depth and vast, and we have certain abilities like that, but it can also be a place of escape and wallow. And these are places you got to be sure. There's certain times we have to make sure that we're strong enough not to fall into the temptation of getting caught in there, in a sense of being lost in a way. Okay. I think you know what I'm saying, right? I think we've been tempted with that. I mean, it's hard to describe exactly, but I found myself finding it alluring, the whole idea of that. And that's the funny part. The person pinching is probably you, your shadow, telling you to stop being a doofus. Uh, is that like personal? Like talking to me? I don't know. Should I take that personal, Billy? Am I being a big doofus right now? I hope not. I'm just kidding, man. If you can, I mean, if it's, I can take it that way. Uh, that's funny. Um, yeah, but anyway, that's basically what my last video was about. I thought that was a pretty good one. Somehow I'm trying to get myself where I can get my views getting into the upper higher hundreds or 1,000, but I still got to be more consistent. I think that's what it is. Billy Goat. Let's see. I think there is a little doofus in all of us. Call it. It's call it our inner child. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, I think being that our inner child is naive a little bit, and being that we're kind of, yeah, we still need guidance. Yeah, that inner child still is within us. The one that we repressed, still kind of very naive and needs to be guided, needs to be honed in, caressed, you know, parented in a sense, right? Yeah. Um, Telling us to lighten up and not be so heavy on ourselves. Yeah, there you go. That's right. Yeah, I mean that's all we can do is yeah. So that doofus is our inner child. I guess you're right about that. Um yeah, it's funny you mentioned that too. Yeah, those are all those archetypes that we have to face and kind of bring out into the consciousness. I've been now that's something too. Maybe we could steer on to something like that as far as like, what about bringing shadows into the consciousness. Now, whether or not people have a difficult time doing that or how they do they even know how to do that, I'm not sure. But as you know, I mean, I'm only going by the works of Carl Jung. I mean, Carl Jung had ways of, like I guess Carl Jung, when he was basically ostracized by Sigmund Freud back in like the 2013, excuse me, 1913. I'm sorry, and he basically was rejected because he was pointing out a lot of like some of the things that he was sensing that Sigmund Freud had his own dark shadows within him. He had his own repressed shadows that he never faced himself. Okay, this is one of the things he knew. Now, I think he intuitively sensed this about Sigmund Freud, but Sigmund Freud, but Carl Jung used to have. Carl Jung even said in his autobiography I was listening to that he believed that a psychologist, psychiatrist should have all of their own faculties corrected within themselves. They should have understood themselves fully. You've gotten in tune with all their shadows, their functions, their inner demons, let's call them, their own their own shortcomings within themselves. And because only then can they be the guide for somebody else that needs them. Now he sensed that Sigmund Freud had his own inner demons. Okay, so this is one of the fallbacks that he had. Also, he did say things about some of his extremities, and he didn't believe in like sports, of course, the spirituality part too. There was nothing spiritual about Sigmund Freud. He believed just we were just pretty much protoplasm and cells and electrical currents and muscles and just matter thrown together with a id, with a conscious, with an ego, super ego, and an id, and that they had a way of just navigating through basically like animals. Animals have instinct. Animals have ways of procreating. They just have urges. He said maybe human beings were that, and anybody that followed any kind of spiritual depth of any kind, believed in God, was basically believing in fables. Okay, Yeah. So that was another thing. Now, Carl Jung had his own bouts of understanding that the essence of a human being is a spiritual being. Okay. So those are two of the fundamental things. But my point was, I was trying to make a point. I was trying to make a point about where all this was going. See, sometimes they lead up to a point, and then I forget. Well, wait, what was the point I was trying to make here? Um, it was some. Oh yeah, it was something to just do with. It was about basically how do we discover, how do we bring our unconsciousness into the consciousness? Okay, my point was is that I guess what I was leading up to was that after he after he basically split with Sigmund Freud, he went on to be he was very depressed. He actually thought he was a failure. He thought he was a failure in the psychology because he was rejected by Sigmund Freud. The big guy said, "Yeah, you didn't mean anything." So he went back to his home in wherever it was, Vienna, Switzerland. Excuse me, Switzerland, which I think, and he went there, but he started doing strange things. He started going to he lived by a river, by a pond, by a lake or something. And he started bringing buckets, sand buckets and shovels down to the shores. He started digging in the sand, and he started making sand castles, and he started playing in the dirt, taking his buckets, and like we would have when we were a kid, like we did this stuff. You go to the beach, you dig holes, you make sand castles, you play in the dirt. And he was rolling up his pant cuffs, and he was playing like a child on the beach. Now, some of his neighbors were seeing him, saying, "This guy's lost his mind. He's out there acting like a little kid right now." Now, but he actually was in a point where he was losing his mind. But as he did this, he started remembering this is what happened was it made him relive his inner child. Whether he inadvertently stumbled into this or not, that's what he was doing. Is that this whole playing in the dirt, getting his hands dirty, was making him do just that. So, of course, at this point there, he was having memories and reminiscing memories of him. Maybe he did this as a child. He was rekindling a childhood activity that we was doing. But then he also realized that some of he saw his own internal repressions of his childhood. And this is when he discovered the unconsciousness. Now he started prescribing this to some of his patients. My point was is that he actually had some of his patients do this as well. Is that he would recommend that they do the things like he would ask them, what did you do as a child? I mean, some played hopscotch, some played with blocks, some like to draw, do sketches, maybe some like to play in the dirt, whatever it was. But he said he recommended that they spend a little bit of time actually doing that. As far-fetched as it sounds like, that was a way of rekindling the inner child, bringing them out to the unconsciousness. Honey Rose, hello there. Hi. You started right as I started watching a video. Shame on you. You know what? I am supposed to know exactly when that happens, aren't I? I know. Shame on me, huh? I'm supposed to know that. That's okay. That's okay. Well, at least you were on YouTube watching something. I know I couldn't get here last night. Last night I had some things. I had some business I had to attend. You know what I mean? Just get a few paperwork things done here last night. But I did do that. So we got Frog Pond School out there. Hello there, Ray. Hey, Billy. Happy birthday, Nora. Nora. Somebody's birthday today? Nora's birthday today. Well, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Nora. Happy birthday to you. Okay. There you go. How's that, huh? You get the Tom Omega birthday surprise. Oh, thanks. Thanks. I assume he meant me since my name is Honora. Okay, that's what I thought. You were just somebody was just talking about their birthday was coming up. Oh, actually, is Blazekin out there? Where's the Blazekin? He was talking about him turning 18 and he said he was on the verge of 18, that kid. 18, imagine that. Yeah, so maybe that was Blazekins. You're welcome, Honey Rose. I hope you like that. Hey, Frog Pond. Okay, the personality poll. We got Jethro out there in the house. We got the Breakfast Club coming on in here. It looks like that's good to see the club on coming in here. If there's any concerns, any questions, any kind of if listen, if you have any little rabbit holes, no pun intended, you want to jump down with me, let's go chase that white rabbit together. Okay. Now that's why I didn't chase the white rabbit the other day. I didn't want to do it alone. Not alone at that point. I do many things alone in my life. Maybe that's what it is. When I jump down rabbit holes in here, we're not alone doing it. We're doing this as a whole. Okay. What because jumping down a rabbit hole by yourself, it's only for you to see. But sometimes it's for others to experience as well. Wow, that's deep stuff right there. That's almost like philosophical stuff right there, huh? Almost. Excuse me just a minute, people. All right. Oh, had to put me my fan on there. You know, this is getting a little bit. I mean, it's actually a real nice day today up here in the Northeast. It was like it was warm, but it was dry, low humidity, and a nice breeze. Almost like one of those summer days you just long for. Remember that song by Seals and Crofts? Summer breeze makes me feel fine. You're the only jasmine in my mind. Yeah, that one. Okay, enough of that, huh? The kind of reminds me of that. I had that summer breeze going there. Whenever I feel those nice curtains in the window blowing in the summer breeze, I think of that song. I don't know. Seals and Crofts, kind of one of them hippie bands from like the early 70s. They were kind of a little bit hippie types. Yeah, there were a lot of those hippie bands back then. You know what I mean? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, the big 5-0. Oh, that's right. Oh, that's right. We were talking about that the other day. You were saying you were close to turning 50, and I was talking about how young you were. I says, "Oh, you're a kid." Um, I know. I thought 5-0 was a big milestone. I mean, it is. Anytime you hit those zero numbers, it's a milestone by no doubt. But you're still young though, you know. So, but you really don't start feeling stuff till you hit your 60s. No, I'm only kidding. It all depends on how you take care of yourself too, though. That's all. Yesterday was Honora's birthday. Oh, it was absolutely actually yesterday, huh? Sharp pony, pointy teeth. Oh, wait, we're talking about the white rabbit from Monty Python. Remember that the bunny, the fluffy bunny, and they thought, yeah, this it was the garden that cave. So they thought, oh yes, they went down. That thing was like flying and biting on their heads off and stuff. And yeah, that thing was vicious. Yeah, run away, like all retreating. Yeah. Okay. Um. So that's good. I'm glad this. Well, hope you had a happy birthday, Honey Rose. Oh no. So definitely. But anyway. So what I was talking about earlier was about how we find our how we find that inner child. And like I said, I mean, sometimes we have to be reminded. Sometimes we have to just remember what it felt to be like as a kid. All right. I guess that's what it is. And of course, like any of the shadows for that matter. I mean, when any of the shadows that we repress, I mean, Carl Jung had therapies about dream interpretation. He was very good at. If you ever want to check out his autobiography, Reflections, Dreams, and Visions, or something like, I can't remember what it was, but he did talk about interpreting dreams, and he was quite good at that. I mean, sometimes when we have dreams, they're strange sometimes. The ones that are really vivid, the ones you remember, there's some meaning behind them because you got to figure that's the depth of your unconsciousness. Is your unconsciousness is your sleep. I mean, you're literally unconscious in your sleep. So sometimes when things are going on in that REM cycle, that sleep cycle. Now sometimes our dreams they don't make a lot of sense. They seem to be erratic, and strange things kind of show up in there. But if you write these things down, I guess there's ways of interpreting them. Carl Jung was very good at that. If you ever look at that book and how he interpreted some of the dreams is quite fascinating on how he did that. So, oh, we have 11 in the house. That's good. We got 11 going on here. So, uh, Frog Tom, there's someone looking in your back window. You serious? Are you serious? Don't spook me like that. Either that, tell me that you're joking. All right. Uh, okay. Ray, you got me. Hopefully, I didn't see anything out there. That there are kids that are in the neighborhood that are kind of running around. So I thought it's a possibility, but they hear something. Metaphorically, haha. Oh, you saying, okay, you know what? You got me, didn't you, Ray? Boy, you know what, Ray? You're a I gotta be careful with you. I shouldn't take you. You know what I should have done was close the blinds. But there's still a little bit of light coming in here. I mean, I got a yard, yes. No, my backyard, nobody's supposed to be walking in there, but occasionally I've got, like I said, sometimes the kids they forget, and you know, the dog runs up here, and it's like the dog gets off the leash and they chase the dog back here. So I mean it happens. I mean the kids are what they are, right? Metaphor. Yeah, but you got me looking for real, didn't you? All right. So, yeah, you just wanted to look at my butt when I was getting up there to look out the windows, what it was, huh? Yeah, you see, I got my baggy shorts on. Nothing to see here, right? Not really much to see there. My white legs in my shorts. Got a visual on that window now. Uh, two from the screen. Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad I just added a little bit of humor there just by getting up and looking there. But you got me thinking about it. Like it's possible, because like I said, sometimes they run around up there. So yeah, that would be kind of rude. You don't look in people's windows. Um, yeah, but see, now you got me all sidetracked. Got me all sidetracked what we are talking about. Yeah, about finding that inner consciousness. But one thing, like I said, I think a lot of times our consciousness, being that we're INFJs as well, being that we spend so much time in our head, we're one of the few types that has a very, because we're so introspective anyway, and we spend a lot of time in there. Sometimes, sometimes us looking into these memories, they're always in there because we're always trying to figure ourselves out anyway. We're always trying to understand our mind, piece together our patterns of our existence constantly because we keep running into things we can't explain about ourselves through our life. All right. So we're always trying to figure it out. And so, yeah. So sometimes, I mean, our unconsciousness is a little easier to tap into than others, but it has to come down to this, though, people. Listen, we have an ability to look into that unconscious mind as INFJs, okay? Just as Carl Jung did. Carl Jung mapped this out for us. But the thing is to let go of the fear of it, okay? We have to let go of that like I said, whatever we're repressing, whatever we're trying to hide, that we're ashamed of, that we are trying to bury, we have to un we have to unleash the fear. That's all we can really do is that fear, that angst. That's how the shadows are coming out too. Is no matter what it is what's going on in your mind that you've been repressing. Maybe it was a deviant thought. Maybe it was something that you did that was devious, whatever it might be. Something that is twisted, tangled thoughts in your minds that you'd want to like not forget, that you don't want to go down. Okay. These things have to come out. These little things that you did that you were ashamed of. Now, listen, you don't have to broadcast these to the whole world. Okay, maybe confide in somebody or just confide in yourself, but you have to unfear these things and at least face them directly, eye to eye. And even if it's something, like I said, even if you think you had intercourse with a, let's just say you were intimate with a dog. I'm not saying that's what, I'm just saying that's how low it could get. You have to face this. Some little mistake you made in your life that you did that was beyond your comprehension, that you were ashamed of. You have to bring out and unfair it and see it for what it is. And you have to look at this. And it doesn't take, it's not immediate as soon as you recognize it. Now, this may take a pattern of seeing it, acknowledging that you did this and asking why, but not with fear. But at this point, here, you're not cringing from it. You're not trying to bury it in your psyche. You want to see it for what it is. Bring it into the forefront, into the consciousness, but watch it and see what it was and try to like reenact it. But it may take several times, but you do this without reaction. You want to do this in such a way where you are not reliving it and not reacting to it and not recoiling from it over and over again. This is the shadow. This is how you unleash it. But it takes, it's a practice that takes a little bit of time. But as you do this, it starts drifting away. As you do this practice, though, along with meditating, as long with prayer, meditation, this will start to it'll start to ease itself. You'll start easing out of these thoughts. Okay, basically, and you might notice that your dreams might change. You know, maybe that dragon that in there that represented your shadow that you always were afraid of. Well, one day you might see the dragon and you might just open the thing up and slay the dragon. Let's just say in your dream, it might just change someday that you saw that and it recoiled from you instead of the other way around, if you know what I mean. Your dreams will change, reflecting on how your mind handles it. But when you do that, then you will have faced your inner shadows. And at this point here, they're integrated. Okay. Then you want to kind of integrate these things, you know, take half of them. And we got here, B. Michael. How do you actually access our inner child? Okay, we got a very important question that we're being asked there. B. Michael, got a visual on that window now, too far from the screen. Yeah, it's getting dark out there too. I probably should have just did the screen. I don't know. I'm gonna have to do that in a minute. How do we actually access our inner child? I lost my dad when I was 5 and feel like my childhood ended after I lost him. I spend the bulk of the rest of my childhood parenting the adults in my home. How do we actually access our inner child? That's a very good question. Well, I'm kind of talking a little bit of how to do that. Okay, I'm trying to say that now. It also says after I lost him, sorry that if that's too deep or personal for the chat, but I'm not. But I am curious about what the group thinks. Oh, absolutely. Listen, the group input and see comments from the group is absolutely encouraged here. Okay, because everybody here is very, very knowledgeable and very experienced here. Okay, absolutely. But basically, what I'm saying is like a little bit. I'm talking about accessing the shadow. It's similar to the child in a way. Um, for one thing, you have to kind of, I guess, you have to, in a sense. Okay, you see, it sounds like you said your childhood ended after you lost him. Now, when you say it ended, what exactly do you mean by now? You were 5 years old. You lost your dad. Now, when you lost him, did he have an accident? Did he leave? Did he have a tragedy? I mean, it all depends on how you were, you know, how you remember that. I mean, because if you were very close to him and he just all of a sudden just vanished and you heard that dad had an accident, dad is in heaven now. However, it's usually presented when we're kids. We're given the softball way of handling it. Uh, okay, how to access? You need vulnerability and honesty. Yeah, there you go, Billy. You need vulnerability and honesty. New here. Okay, Jay Witt. Yeah, new here. Only stopping by for a few minutes. Shadow, fear of deepening difficulty. If asked anyone didn't react, helping the child common for INFJs. I'd appreciate the inner child with compassion. The way I think of it is hello. Yep, 357s out there. We got you coming in. I think basically you have to at some point. Again, it's all about facing the repressed sadnesses that you've had. See, what happens is, like I said, along with your shadow, you're going to have things that you try to bury. You're going to have things that you don't want to think about. You're going to have those things that happened to you as a child that you that damaged you, that hurt you, traumatized you, but you don't want to think about them. The natural instinct is to fight or flight by not acknowledging them, by not seeing them, by repressing them. You think you're by not thinking about them somehow you're running from them. It's a flight in a sense, okay? And but the thing is, you're just kind of you're bottling them. Bottling them up. They're still there. They're just under the surface, but they're not. You haven't resolved them. But at some point, it has to come down to a fight mechanism. Now, fight is facing something. Fight is actually maybe that's the wrong word. I shouldn't say fight or flight. This is a wrong way of putting it. But basically, facing what it is. Now, you have to take these sadnesses of whatever it was that you felt, whatever the sadness that you felt when you lost your dad, and the absence that you had, and you feel like your childhood went away. At some point, you actually have to just let those thoughts be there. Like I said, like without reacting to them, they have to bubble to the surface. Somehow they're going to have to come out of the forefront, and you're going to have to face them in a sense where you're looking at them without reliving them over and over again, because your inner child, when you have repressed your inner child, that inner child is suffering within you the whole time. You've never resolved it. You never let that child grow. You've grown up physically. You've turned adult. You've repressed these things, but that inner child is still in there suffering. Is still in there reliving. Is just still there going through the pain of losing your father, losing their somebody. At some point, though, knowing that they're that close to it, you have to you got to kind of face what it was that was doing it. But in your maturity, in your understanding, and if you are a meditating spiritual type, I think a lot of it is you have to separate your stillness. You're going to see these things come up in your emotions. Somehow they're going to be emotional, but you have to look at them almost in a subjective way, okay, where they're no longer emotionally attachable. Okay. Somehow it's a way of you have to separate it. Now that's a difficult thing to do because we are an emotional creature. We are a sensitive type. But you just have to basically let them come in back into your psyche. Let the pain be there. You're going to have to see it, but not relive it. You're going to have to find it within yourself to see it without reliving it. You might be a little bit, maybe you'll do it, but then you get caught up into it and you might find yourself being pulled into it. You got to pull yourself back and see it objectively, but you got to face it without fearing it anymore. Now, at this point here, I mean, you're accepting your child in a sense. You're parenting yourself in a way. You're becoming your own parent because you're having to comfort yourself in a way. You're having to see what it is. You're having to find out what it is. Because typically, a parent, what do? We go to them for a problem. This is what happens. And typically, a good parent, good father would sit down and tell us how not to let this get to us, how not to let this bottle up inside. Usually, we're told not to bottle things up. We have to let these things into the forefront. But along with but I mean, that's basically it. I mean, this is part of your shadow is facing it, but it's also part of your inner child. They're all like the same archetypes. Archetypes have to be handled in similar ways. There might be several different archetypes in there, but that's one of them. But I mean, depending on what your level is, depending on like where your level of of spirituality is. I mean, if you're a meditator too, especially if you're meditating and you're meditating correctly, these things are going to naturally bubble up because your psyche, your inner conscious will actually start activating as you start meditating because your inner um, subconscious will start rising instinctively. But again, it's not reliving them; it's seeing them objectively. Now that takes a lot of practice. That's not something you can just snap your finger and do. It takes practice. You see them, you look at them for what they are, you study them, and you find yourself being pulled into them, like getting emotional, getting reliving, but you have to pull out of them. It's kind of a psychological understanding of yourself, but bringing them into the consciousness is your key. Um, Hope that helped a little bit, but hopefully, okay, let's what do we got here? Okay, we got a lot going on in the chat. I get to talking and I miss the chats a little bit, metaphorically. Okay, so I hope that helped you out there, Bill Michael, B Michael, 42. Okay, I'm sorry that happened to you, but yeah, that's what we're here for. Okay, he was killed by a drunk driver. Oh, is that what it was? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That's rough. That really is. Um, howdy, howdy, Jay Witt. I would personally not dwell too long. It may develop into anger and resentment on what you missed. Focus on what the loss taught you and what you grew into from it. There you go. Now, honey, that's a very good quote you just had there. You've seen that as well. Yeah, that's good input right there. Um, well, that's what I'm trying to say is that you want to steer away from that. That's why I say you have to do this objectively, not do it with emotion, so that you go into these anger points and, of course, resentment. You're going to be led there. That's what I'm saying is that you have to pull yourself back from that. Now, when I say don't dwell in it too long, you're going to have no choice but to dwell on it if you want to resolve it. It has to come into this to the consciousness. But you're right. You could be pulled into anger, I mean, but part of what he's going through now, he's probably angry now that he was taken, angry at the drunk driver for doing what he did. Now, listen, I got to tell you the truth. Now, even to this day, sometimes my brother Jim. Okay, I lost both my parents and I lost two brothers. I have four brothers. I have two left. But my brother Jim died 31 years ago, back in 1989. I mean, he died tragically. He was in Mount Zion National Park. He fell off a cliff. I mean, he may have committed suicide. We really don't know. I mean, it's a sketchy situation. He might have slipped when he was too close to the edge, but bottom line, he was too close to the edge anyway. I mean, it was a long story. He lost his wife a few months earlier to cancer, and he was distraught. And he went back out there, and something was calling him back there, literally. I remember him saying that. But my point is that even now, I tell myself, my brother, like his birthday would have been last month, and I tell myself, Jimmy, he should have been 68, and then I say, yeah, he should be. It's like part of me has a little bit of anger that he died, like he let himself get too close to the edge. Like I'm angry at the fact that he's gone, but I'm also sad. But I try to tell myself I can't be like that. I mean, it is what it does. I try to just remember the best things I can as far as good memories and some of the good memories that we had when he was around. But I tend to get angry. And that's something I got to deal with too. Even now. I know I'm talking about all these shadow things, but this is personal. I mean, he's my brother, but still kind of messed the whole family up. The whole family was never the same. You know. Okay. Excuse me, people. Couldn't help myself a little bit, Yeah. All right. So we got but yeah, that's something that we have to do is to watch out for those resentful as we fall into resentment, like you said. I mean, anger and resentment is can be. But I've been trying to face that. Actually, that I've been doing that for years, and that's one of those things I'm having to resolve even now because sometimes when certain events come up with my brother, I have that mixed emotion of being angry yet being sad at the same time, you know. And I'll go figure. So don't forget to like the stream. Oh well, thank you. Should I? Can I like it myself? I don't think I can like my own stream. I've tried that. It doesn't work. It says you can't like your own stream. Yeah. Well, actually, I think. Oh, hey, I just did that. I just put a couple of little hundreds out there. Don't forget to like the stream. Thanks for the feedback and sharing, Tom, and the group. Well, and that definitely there, Michael B. Yeah, B. Michael. Can you see how to turn? Okay, wait, Billy the Goat. Can you see how in turn you didn't let yourself exist? Hence why wanting to access the child. Now, is that question for Michael? Michael B. Is that one? Okay. Okay. While parenting that part of my stuff, I never quite revisited that part because the part never fully existed. Okay. Yeah. Well, so again, you have to kind of let these things bubble up somehow. Sometimes they are repressed deeply, like we want to forget them, and somehow they has to be revisited. I mean, I don't listen. I know Carl Jung had his patients play with, go back to reverting to childhood toys and going back to little games that he'd have them play like he did. I mean, that's an extreme way of doing it. I wouldn't say that that was a Carl Jung therapy that he used. And of course, he actually had dream interpretations, and he had them write down dreams. Anytime his patients had a dream, he'd have them write them down, and he'd interpret what they meant. And that was a way of getting an idea. I mean, I obviously listen. I'm not Carl Jung, so I can't prescribe that. And he's deeper than I ever was. So, but all I can say is that we have to do it internally, and I think a lot of times through our meditation, through our prayer, and when we're ready too. Also, we have to watch these thoughts. Somehow, these thoughts come into our mind, and before we truly, but understand too, as we talk about, like I said, when we go through that change, when we authenticate, when we go through our metamorphosis within us, all these things have to be resolved in order for us to authenticate ourselves as well, in order for us to be our authentic selves, who we were intended to be. When we find that change within ourselves, okay, these things have to be resolved. They have to be looked at, and part of your dark night can actually lead you to that. See, part of your dark night will do this because I can honestly say that during that dark night of the soul, which I've talked about earlier, and of course the video I had earlier on the week, the dark night of the soul, part of it is that's the whole awakening of your soul. That's one of the final stages you go through as you before you're authenticate. But you're going to have things bubble up as well. Part of you is going to be vapid, empty, and lost anyway. But sometimes these things are going to bubble up to you, and you're going to face them. You might start getting emotional. You might start crying and start repenting for what you did. Yeah, I was doing this quite a bit. But I wasn't sitting in some monastery, like I said before the monologue. I was just doing my life. I was out doing my job, delivering fuel at night, going from yard to yard, just being a regular guy. And sometimes I'd get these thoughts, or I'd feel like I was lost. I'd get a lump in my throat. I'd feel like my heart felt heavy. My head, my eyes were starting to swell. And I think then, of course, my mind would get back to things I regretted doing, things I things I did, hurtful things I've done in my past, things that I was not that I'm ashamed of. And some part of it was I knew I had to face that objectively. I kept telling myself, but you might find yourself being pulled into it emotionally. But then you have to tell yourself to watch it. But then you have to say, there's a reason this is coming up. There's a reason I'm seeing this, and don't just squelch it. as it bubbles up to the surface, don't repress it and just bury it again, because that's what you've been doing your whole life. These things come up to review because this is your authentication. You have to see this. So, so in a sense, that's all part of it. This could be almost a forced um, way of bringing these shadows into the consciousness in almost like a really condensed way with the Dark Knight. And again, this is a very it can be a very soul pounding experience in the long run, but it's what we need to go through if we want to truly find our true selves. Okay. So there's many ways of finding it, but that's another way too. But bottom line is we can't be our true selves without resolving these, without bringing these shadows into the consciousness, bringing our inner child and facing what we had, because these changed us. These took us away from our authentic selves. They traumatized us. Okay. And that's what changed us. So we have no choice but to face this if we want to authenticate. So it's all part of your process. Uh, I know the mixture of sadness and anger lives in the back of my head every day. So you understand that. Okay. Well, maybe I had to tell you that because, listen, I mean, I lost my dad too, but I was not as close to my dad as you were. He died when I was about 25, a little bit after my brother Jim died, actually within a year, like almost a few months, like 8 or 9 months after my brother Jim died. I lost my grandfather, my brother Jim, and his sister, his wife was the first one. So it was like 4 deaths in like a year, and they were all like kind of devastating. But um, but my point is, yeah. But you understand what I'm saying? That whole sadness and anger at the same time, because somehow, I mean, I was angry at my brother for allowing himself to get too close to that cliff to do that. I felt like, then but I it was a selfish way of me. Your anger is a selfish thing. Your anger is you're saying, well, I was gypped out of my daddy. I was gypped out of my brother. You see what I mean? You know that. What about me? That's our ego wants to actually be the victim and say, what about me? That's where the anger comes from. Okay. Now, again, it's a human emotion, but it's a negative one. It's a toxic one. But sometimes we feed into that. All right. Because it makes us feel a little superior in that moment because we're angry, because we're like above it. Gives us a sense of superiority, believe it or not. But then, of course, the sadness. The sadness is because you were left alone, because you were left without somebody. The dad you had took your childhood, as you said, and maybe it was the drunk driver that you said. Um, but yeah, we tend to start resenting those people that either caused it or even just well, why did my dad have to be out that night? You might even blame him. Well, why did he have to be driving that particular night? Why couldn't he have not been there for the driver to kill him? You might even start putting little things, but these are what I mean. These are the little thoughts that you have to ignore. You have to see them objectively, that you can't get pulled into. Okay. But it's all about that objectifying it and seeing it in an emotionless sense, in an objective sense. Just seeing it outside of you. Okay, like almost like looking at it like a bad movie. Usually when you're looking at a movie, a horror movie from on a screen, right? But you're sitting back in your chair eating popcorn and you're watching it. You're outside of it, right? Somehow your psyche has to do this to these traumas. You have to actually look at these things outside yourself. Look at them on the outside, knowing they're not affecting you, but at the same time, um, not getting consumed by them. Okay. Again, it takes practice. It's not something you do in just one time. These things are going to bubble up over and over again, but you have to practice just separating your thought from your emotions, I guess you could say. All right. Uh, Jethro, personality pill. The more you actively work on your trauma, the easier it is to move. The easier it is, the more it can just pop up and affect you. Yeah, the more you work in your trauma, the easier it is more to can just pop up and affect you. Well, yeah, exactly. When you work on it, like I said, well, what I'm talking about, when you say work on it, you mean talk about what I'm talking about, like right now, like just about facing it objectively without having it, you know, just keep reenacting it, keep reliving it. That's you are actually that's what I'm talking about. That's how you're facing it, uh, because then it's less apt to affect you. Well, yeah, that's the whole point of that. Exactly. Okay, but it actually it should at some point it becomes a life process. But once you've gotten past a certain threshold of that, once you've faced it enough and it's kind of dissolved a bit, it it kind of stays with you. I mean, it might you might be tested, but then these thoughts will come up again. But then you'll look at them instinctively. They'll just come up without you reacting to them anymore. You won't you won't feel the resentment anymore. It'll just happen. But that's what it's all about. But again, it's just all about how we control our mind. Okay. But yeah, that's basically what it is. See, this is some of the things I've been noticing that I try to do in my latter points of my life. And and I've had a lot of things I've had to face. Okay. And of course I lost my mom 5 years ago. And I try to remember a lot of good things about my mom. Okay. I try to remember all the good things, but you know what? There were some moments growing up in my life where I thought my mom was overbearing in some ways. She was very overly demanding and she had a voice about her. She thought her strength and her power was in how loud she could yell sometimes. I mean, but then again, she had four sons that she was trying to raise, and her only like intimidation she had was just being like louder and bigger and having a bigger voice than than her children, and that worked on me for a long time. I used to never like that. I mean, she had a real shrill kind of a voice, but I sometimes I think of that and I resent her for that. But I had to stop resenting that. I had to see her eyes looking at me and yelling at me and trying to just and I'd have to just not react anymore because I did. I had some resentment for my own mom for a long time. Now, listen, I've told the story before. I think my mom was an INFJ. I mean, I think that's a lot of where I got this was just her being her. But again, she had her own inner things going on. And she had to inflict some kind of discipline, some kind of authority. But her authority was like I said, it was her way of just she was just trying to be loud and kind of shouty and shrill and you know but being a kid it kind of then I kept repeating these things go on some of the things she'd yell at me about and but then I had to face it. I had to look at that all over again and say, man, I can't resent my mom. I don't want to do that. So don't forget to close the curtains. Yes, honey rose, you see how dark it got out there? I know. I don't want no big faces coming in the window, right? All of a sudden, imagine a big old face comes in the window, like Ray was saying earlier. Is Ray still out there, by the way? Ray, he just kind of shows up and then he drifts off. I don't know where he goes. Sometimes you see him, he's out there. Then I don't, don't forget to close the curtain. So I'm going to do that in just a minute. All right. Matter of fact, I was just thinking of doing that, by the way. All right. Because it makes us aware. Because it makes you aware, and that is a comforting kind of simply put. Yes, of course, it makes you aware, because, well, that's the whole thing about it. But, you know, but like I said, just when we wallow and relive it, this is probably the worst thing we can do because that just feeds the anger. And like you said, Honey Rose said that earlier. That just feeds it. It gives you justification if you wallow in it and just let it be there. Yeah. So that's where people get caught up in their own angers and stuff. So, all right, let's close the windows here. Huh? All right. All right. Oh, ain't that just cozy, huh? Just it's amazing how quickly it gets dark at night, though, huh? Well, that's kind of something how what happens. Um, yeah, but hopefully, if you're still out there, Michael B, I hope a little bit of that helped. Now, listen, again, Michael B, Michael. I know you're somewhat new here, but that was a good question. But I mean, a lot of it, you just sometimes it's on how we discipline our mind too. Like I said, I don't know how well you pray. I'm not sure if you have any kind of spiritual, inside, but sometimes meditation, centering yourself. There's meditation exercises that'll help. I mean, typically, I think finding a way to separate your mind, your consciousness from your inner timelessness. Okay, because there's components of our mind. I mean, if we get into a regular habit of sitting still, sitting quiet, sitting still, and trying to find a way of finding that timeless center within our psyche, within our mind, within our spirit, and basking with that. Okay, finding that eye of the hurricane within our soul and basking in that and staying there. These are ways of training our mind to be able to separate our thoughts. Okay, so meditation is essential in this. Now, I could talk all day long about finding our inner consciousness and bringing things into the consciousness, but when you get into a mind like a meditation exercise and find ways of settling down your racing mind, you got to separate yourself from the racing mind. I've talked about this before. I had a video a long, long time ago. I know I keep saying it. I'm going to revisit. I'm going to redo it someday, but I haven't. But it's one of my earlier videos. It's called Meditation. It's probably from almost a year ago. It's one of my earliest videos, and I just basically go over some key fundamental um, um, ways to meditate in order to settle down your mind, by closing your eyes, focusing on your breathing, focusing on your body, and finding that inner stillness within yourself. Okay, because like I said, we have a trinity of consciousness. I mean, we have our mind, we have all the brain waves that are going, we have all those neurons that are going, we have thoughts. That's our physical brain that we have. Okay, but we also have a consciousness. I mean, we are aware that we are alive. There's just a flicker. There's an understanding that we are alive. Okay, and then of course, I mean, what was the other part of it? Gosh, I remember. I think there was a trinity of consciousness. Yeah, I knew that there was mainly the main brain. It was the neurons and everything. There was that timeless stillness, and gosh, I can't even think of what the third step was. I've it's been so long since I've come out with this. I had all that going there. Yeah, I talked about the. But we have a trinity of consciousness. Just as we have a trinity of our soul, of our being. We have our flesh. We have our body, our mind, and our soul. Right? Yeah, we got a trinity of consciousness. But we got to find that timelessness, the one that actually receives the code from God, in a sense. I mean, that it's almost like a fulcrum, like a prism within our psyche. A prism. This came to me one day. This came to me as one of the most perfect example. You ever seen a perfect crystal that's cut? A crystal, and of course it's cut and it refracts light. Light will pass through it, and it kind of bends the light a little bit, but it comes out as a spectrum, like color. Well, in a sense, in our psyche, in that stillness, in our consciousness, um, we have that ability to find that center, like that prism within ourselves. But it's in our meditation. It's that timeless part within us that we have to find. But when we start tapping into that and start looking into that on a regular basis, meditation and slowing down, finding that peaceful spot, this is when a lot of times these unconscious thoughts come right into us. We have to face them. This is another way of unleashing the unconsciousness, because these things are going to come up to review. But if you're caught off guard, they can come out to you very quickly. And you have to almost prepare for it and understand that this is going to happen, because, it's a way of your mind trying to heal again, to try to authenticate. because this is who we're supposed to be as spiritual beings. We're supposed to be in connection with our trueness, that stillness within us, and this is where we receive the essence of our Creator. This is our connection to our Creator. Now you got to figure too. I mean, our Lord, well, he had a crystal clear channel. Okay, I just activated my camera. He's going to start following me now just because I put my hand up. But he had a crystal clear channel of that. He basically his prism was crystal clear. It was immaculate, and he had that divine crystal clear. That's why miracles came shining through him. I mean, that whole essence of like the light coming through the spectrum, they were coming out, and he was performing the miracles. That's how clear he was with that. Okay, I mean, typically with us, that spectrum that we have, that prism is very cloudy with us. It's very murky, and in some cases, it's blocked. It's dead. It's like it's dark in so many times, and it's up to us to find ways of clearing that out. Okay, I'm talking metaphorically, of course. Okay, but this is a lot of what our consciousness is. This is what our practice is all about. Our meditation is all about that. Is about finding that clarity within that stillness of our mind. Okay, but when you start tapping into that, and as long as you face things properly and look at them, in the moment, then yeah, you'll start understanding your mind better, um, and it should strengthen you, and it will start. That's another way in how to, like I said, bring the unconscious thoughts into your consciousness as well, because they have no choice. They have no choice but to be uh, looked at because you're trying to cleanse. Okay, uh, I can use the internet without AI. I can use the. Oh, okay, okay. We have somebody else out there. Ex friends for Honey Rose. AI is the future and the 5 years of saying the internet. Oh, okay. Well, okay. I see. There's a conversation going on out there. Okay. Ex Franzicator. That's a brand new name. I must say, I have not seen that name before. So, talking about Google AI Gemini can guide you step by step. Yeah. How did you get over the fear of being seen and starting a YouTube channel talking about all this? Oh, now is that? Let me say, ex Fran Z Scatzer. Ex, that's quite a name. I'm gonna have to come up with a nickname for you there. How about Skater? Hey, I could call you Skater. Just take the very last part if you're okay with that, Skater. How do you get? How did you get over the fear of being seen and starting a YouTube channel talking about all this? Um, how did I get over the fear of this? I don't know. I've never had really a lot of fear. I'm kind of strange when it comes to certain things. I think I have a very introverted personality. As you know, I am an INFJ. I know that. I'm convinced of it. And but I have a very shy side to me, and I have a very quiet side to me. But there's also a side of me that is okay, is okay with presenting myself and coming out like I am right now, just talking. I can't really just explain it. I don't have the anxiety. I really never did. Um, Even younger, I there was a part of me that could that when I had to, I could make myself seen and heard. I mean, I don't know how to describe it. It was always just there. Some people, is that something that you would struggle with? Is that what you're talking about? But Skater, is that a struggle for you to come out and like just start a YouTube channel? I mean, I guess it would have to be for you to ask that question. Some people might struggle, even just trying to record a video, do a live stream like this. Yeah, I can imagine. It's just that's all I can imagine it being is that it's just something I was always able to do. All right, but I also do have a very withdrawn side to me. Okay, and I spend a lot of time by myself. I still do. I know. I'd probably get thrown off by that. But uh, so okay, Bill is Skater. You could use the avatar if you're worried about camming up. That's what I would do. Okay, Skater. I struggle with. Okay, here's I'm gonna. Okay, here's your. Let me say, Skater. I struggle with it a lot. I have a ton of ideas and success in my career, and sharing my knowledge would be beneficial to all. But I can't get in front of the camera. I'm a textbook INFJ. Really, really. Uh, I've never had that fear. I mean, I'm the type of guy too. Like, listen, like I said, I'm kind of conflicted. You know, it's kind of like I have that introversion, but at times I can throw the extroversion out there when I want to. I'm I even get drawn to go to clubs, even crowded clubs sometimes. Not as much now as but when I was younger, I did. I'd go to these nightclubs, karaoke clubs, bars, biker bars. I didn't care. I didn't care. And I'd just be me, you know. Some of them were rough. I went to some rough places too, just by myself. And I didn't care. And usually I just was quiet, did my thing, and nobody really messed with me too much. But then again, having a 357 ready to go kind of helped a little bit too. But they didn't have to know that, did they? I did have a little backup. I'm talking many years ago. I'm not doing this stuff anymore. but but yeah, but bottom line is I've never had that problem. I mean, I'd even like go up and sing karaoke songs in front of like, 150, 200 people, just sing a song. Kind of like the way I sang happy birthday earlier to Honey Rose, who's having a birthday today. And I did that, kind of like that. But I mean, you can say that's a classic INFJ. I mean, I think we're all different. I think some of us we have an extroverted side to us. We are the most, they say that we're the most extroverted introvert. All right, kind of a paradox right there. So we have a way of that whole chameleon thing. All I can suggest is skater. I mean, maybe you're shy around that. Um, you have to realize too, it's something. It's a mental block that you have. Maybe you've had a public thing. Maybe you don't want to say something inappropriate, or you're thinking you're going to embarrass yourself. I think a lot of this happens to do with that. We come out, we're perfectionists, especially as NFJs. Depending on who you are, we want to make sure that we present ourselves just right. Okay, we don't want to make a mistake. We don't want to screw things up. Okay. And I think we have a bit of an anxiety because we think we're going to get out there and all of a sudden we're going to stutter. We're going to say things and we're going to be, stuttery, repeat things. Yeah, you're going to have to just get past that. Now you may be that in the beginning, but just there's a threshold you have to get past. Now I'm not saying you're ever going to do that, but what you're saying is now you want to actually go into something more like an avatar. You mean like Taylor the Fiend? You ever watch Taylor the Fiend? He's on that red pill. He's an Australian guy, and he does the. Speaking of Australia, I haven't seen Vamp Fox tonight. That's okay. I'm missing kind of Vamp Fox. Maybe she's out. Maybe she'll come later on. Um, but yeah, but they're basically he's like a cartoon in a sense, but he's like got his own avatar. But I think some of these stations do that, or sometimes they don't even show their face. I mean, you could try that, but either way, are you going to speak or are you just going to have some AI voice go out there? But then you got to remember, YouTube has certain guidelines about AI material. Yeah, there has to be something authentic about somebody behind it. They have to know that there's somebody behind the curtain. In other words, that you're not just strictly a bot putting out a channel and running a channel. Because I guess that's possible. AI is so smart now; it can just put together its own channel, and it could have its own bots, and it could have its own dialogue. I don't know. There's something like that, but all I can say is that yeah, you would have to. Okay, I can be very extroverted in a social situation. People are shocked when I tell them I'm an introvert, But when it comes to broadcasting on camera, I don't know if it's very difficult. Well, I can make a suggestion for you. Listen. Do this, skater. Just set up your phone one day, all right, and just talk into the camera. You're not going live. You're not broadcasting. Talking, record. Just set up your phone, whatever way you can, and and if you want to, whatever it is you want to talk about, whatever your niche is, and just talk into the camera and record yourself. Now that'll take the pressure off you from going live. Don't go live right away. Record yourself. Just do that. Talk into the camera. It's not now you're just talking into the camera, but pretend you're talking to somebody beyond yourself. You're not just talking to yourself in the camera, but just talk about what you want to say. But try to imagine, but do that first without broadcasting. Now look at your recording and look at it. Just see how it looks, okay? And if you don't like that one, cut another one. Make another one. And then eventually you'll start getting comfortable just making recordings of yourself, okay? And that's where you start right there. And that'll take the heat off you actually talking to somebody, an audience beyond you, okay? So do that first, okay? Now that's what I did this instinctively. When I started this YouTube channel, I don't think you can actually go live until you have a minimal of, I believe, 50 subscribers before you could actually do a live. You have to have that minimal point. I think the first time I went live, I had 100 subscribers, and that was like a big turning point for me. And that was the first time I went live. And I think for me, that to get 100 subscribers took a couple of months just to get the first 100, but I was excited about it, and I went live. But to me, it wasn't that. To me, it wasn't that big a deal. I mean, I even went live on TikTok before that. I was doing live TikToks, but for me, it was never that much of a struggle. But I can only recommend you try that first. It's just, like I said, record yourself and just make many recordings of yourself. And if you want to start a YouTube channel, start it. And make sure you watch some of the, now here's another thing, skater. Make sure you always, there's a lot of settings in the, when you initially start a YouTube channel, there's a lot of settings like things you have to switch on and off in there. As far as, when you start setting up your channel, it'll bring you into a lot of, but you have to, now what I recommend is go on YouTube and look at some of these content creators that specifically are very knowledgeable about how to start YouTube channels, and look, even like, proper settings while starting a YouTube. And so, there's many channels out there, like tutorials that'll teach you, but you got to make sure you have the right switches and everything set so they're reaching certain audiences and things like that. Okay. And yeah, but again, just try recording yourself in the camera. All right. But then again, pretend you're talking to somebody in that camera. You're looking at a little lens. I'm looking at a lens right now. Okay. That's all. I'm looking at a couple little lenses. Okay. And that's all I'm looking at. But somehow, I mean, I know there's an audience beyond that. Okay. But you don't have to think of that. Just think you're talking to somebody beyond who you are talking to. And it's all psychological is what you got to do. You just got to train your brain to just relax a little bit, unwind a little bit, and just get past your stage fright. Okay. And that's what I could recommend to you. I've had that idea in my head for a while, but hearing it from you is very validating. I'm going to try it. Thanks so much. Well, there you go. I mean, that's going to have to help you out. Again, take it in small steps. Okay. Do your recordings first. Get good at that. And if you get confident enough, start your channel, get all your right switches going, get your tutorials going, and then just start downloading your content. But make sure you download your content properly too. There's steps on how to just do it. You just don't do it through your phone like you know what I mean? But again, watch the tutorials. That'll show you how to download them. And just go from there, okay? And yeah, just remember, try to be likable, just speak your mind. And if you're interesting, and if whatever it is you're talking about is interesting, and you're able to captivate an audience by just what you're talking about, this is what you try to do. You just try to connect with people. A lot of what it's about with YouTube too is connection. Now, listen, as an INFJ, we got that extroverted feeling. I mean, that's one of those things we kind of get. Is that whole connection. Okay. Now, whatever it is you got going on that you have within there, man, you know what it is. Just be yourself. Just be yourself. Make some recordings, connect with people, and just download a couple videos that you've recorded. Don't go live right away. All right. And that should help you out. Get used to talking to an empty room. Uh, yeah, funny thing is, I'm in an empty room right now, Honey Rose, and I've always been in this empty room. But I know this, but I see your text out there. I know somebody is on the other end there seeing me on this screen, and they're just seeing me. You know what I mean? I've had a ton of interesting. Oh, okay. I've had a ton of interesting things to talk about. I've captivate everybody in person. I'm a very healthy INFJ, very healthy. Okay. And I think, wow, if I can broadcast this, it would be incredible. Well, there you go. There you go. And I got to tell you the truth. I got to tell you the truth, though. The more you get, the more practice you get at it, the better. Listen, when I first started out, this is a little over a year ago. I started this channel back in June of last year. Okay. And if you want to look at some of my earlier videos, you could check out my channel if you want. Okay. I don't know if you're new to this channel or whatnot, but some of my earlier videos, I just was talking about how I discovered the MBTI, like the story about how I found out what it was, and then thought I had something in common with this type, but I didn't believe it for years. And I finally, learned up as much as I could about it. I mean, just stuff like that, just like early stuff that I've always known. But now listen, as who you are, all the discoveries that you've had in your mind that you're talking about that are amazing discoveries that the way your mind thinks, what's in there. Now talk about that stuff. Just take a certain topic and just take a video and just make it about that particular idea that you got. Okay. Just take a video and talk and just talk it out. And like I said, just take your video, just let it be. And but as you get better, and then the next video you make, you're going to get better. You're going to be clearer about something. Your vocabulary is going to be better. You're going to just have a better, because you're going to be more relaxed. And once you start doing that, once you start doing your recordings, you'll see your uneasiness will go away. That's all. Okay. My life changed completely when I discovered MBTI. I felt like an alien all my life. Yeah, you know what? Listen, that's the story of most of us. You're going to find out that just about everybody that watches this, and I'm the same way. I mean, I've always felt the same way. We never fit in. Okay. We always feel like the outsider looking in to everything. And that's the story of our life. I mean, that's pretty much, listen, this is why the channel's here. Okay, Skater. The fact is that I like to think of this channel as a safe haven for us. Okay. Now I typically broadcast once a week on weekends, Saturday, sometimes Sunday, like it is now. And sometimes we hang out here for a bit and we talk about what we talk about. And of course I get some questions too. And I like to talk about some psychology and some of the self-help that we can have and how we can improve our lives. But I can honestly tell you, I don't know how old you are, Skater, but I can tell you from my own experience, the older you get, see, I think the best part of the INFJ, their life, is their latter part of their years. Their wisdom kicks in, because eventually the best part of my life, even though I'm getting old and I'm getting weak and I feel I feel things creaking. I feel like I'm getting weak and I'm getting older. But it's basically part of my best life either way, because I'm wiser now. I'm smarter. I'm figuring myself out. I'm finally getting my mind in order. Okay. And it's taken me most of my life to find that out. And of course, like I said, there's parts of us, there's there's self-discoveries, there's awakenings that we go through. But we have a difficult life because we're so confused. But listen, knowing other INFJs, knowing you have a channel that like this one, like a sanctuary channel, where we can actually talk about it, we don't feel so alone. This is the most important thing, is because this is the problem. This is the one thing that's haunted us our whole life, is the loneliness, is the isolation within ourselves. And we've always felt alone. We don't feel so alone here. Okay. I mean, for a few hours every Saturday, Sunday night, we don't feel so alone. That's why we like to kind of hang out a little bit here. And sometimes, now listen, there's a lot of people that return. Some new people come in and they hang out, and there's a lot that come back week after week, and we do this, and we always try to make it different. Okay, 36 years old, and I feel peak in everything, physically, mentally, spiritually, especially after being aware of topology. This is so good. Appreciate it so much. I will share my first video with you. Okay, well, if you're planning on making a channel, you're going to have to listen. Yeah, just let us know what your channel is. Listen, when you make a channel, if you want to put a video out and record it, if you want just a little bit of free notoriety, come on in here. Let us know what it is. Let us know what your channel is. Listen, I'll check it out. All right. I'm sure some of us will. We'll be curious. But okay, of course, like I said, there's a lot to learn about your whole, how to set up your videos, and how about hashtags and finding certain algorithms. But again, that's stuff you have to learn along the way. But again, just keep your eyes and ears open. Okay. So I wish you good luck, Skater, on your YouTube journey. All right, definitely. I definitely hope that things work out for you. All right. So, all right. Well, if they have any other questions out there about stuff, I mean, that's about it. Listen, this is only 1 year's worth of experience there. I want an AI lover. Georgie Porgy. Hey, do you know what they used to say? But back in there was a poem back when we were kids. Georgie Porgy had an orgy. Well, I couldn't help myself with that kind of comment you just throw out there, George. I could just think about that. An orgy with what? AIs? Oh man, get out. What am I doing in there? You know what? That's crazy stuff. It really is. I'm very technical, and I'm actually an engineer. My first video will be about INFJ things. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. Pudding and pie, not orgy. Come on. Oh, that's what it was. Maybe the way I heard it growing up in my hometown, it got changed around a little bit. Maybe that's what it was. Some kid had a dirty mind and changed it into the other lyrics. And I never really listened to what it was supposed to be. Pudding and pie and not orgy. Come on, nah. Well, maybe that's what it is. I probably heard the Lynn Mass version of that. That's all. Um, yeah, I've been hearing stuff about that AI stuff, about these dolls or these robots, and some of them are female, and they have all the parts. Part of me would say, my gosh, that'd be so unnatural, though. You know what I mean? I mean, yeah, you might be gratifying yourself, and it might, maybe even if they could make like the perfect substitute, let's just say. Yeah. I mean, but yeah, I would have to say that, yeah, that would be a bit, it would seem to almost be unnatural, but hey, I guess it would get your gratification going though, would it? Yeah. Oh, watch more video of the documentary. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, that's right. Watching something out there. Well, anyway, so I hopefully that definitely helped out a little bit. I hope Skater out there. Listen, Skater, if you ever stopping by again, I'd like to see you stop by the channel again, and tell us how your channel's going as well. Speaking of channel, Jethro, and he's talking out there. I know Jethro was. I know he's somebody. He's got his own channel. I don't know if he's got anything. he's been wanting to put out some material of his own, but I don't know if he's. I haven't checked too much. I have to check and see if he put out a video or not. But he had some other things going on there. Uh, I did the first 3 hours. Oh, okay. So, uh, I'm trying to get. I'm trying to get there. Okay. Oh no, that's fine. You're trying to get there. No, I get that. You had a lot of things going on with jobs and about work and schedules and stuff anyway. So I guess that's yeah, you have other priorities that you have to make as far as that goes. I'm thinking eventually I'd like to start another channel, but I'd have to have time. I've been noticing that my time schedule is like so yeah, it gets yeah, it's kind of bogging me down for this one here, but I'd like to focus on this one a bit. But I'm thinking that there's some other channel I'd like to do eventually. Maybe not this year. It may not be right away, but um, we'll think about it. But then again, I got a lot of ideas going on. Actually, fulfilling these ideas sometimes is my problem. Sometimes I got too much things going on. What I want to do, what I plan to do, but actually making them happen is a whole other thing. Sweet, good for you. Okay, yeah, I've just started working on the job. Oh, you just started another job, did you? Oh, that's good. Yeah, hopefully that's going good for you, Jethro. Hopefully, you were doing the. I seem to remember you were doing the door, not the DoorDash, was some other name for that. I can't. I always think of the DoorDash, but basically, you were buying things for people in the stores and delivering them. Yeah, which is it's pretty good. As long as but you got to really put a lot of time. And if you put the time into that stuff, it'll pay. But again, it's always wear and tear in the car. That was always the downside. Hey, I Ubered for about 3 months back a few years ago. Back before I started this channel, I had the Uber. I got into. I think I told you the story. I got into some tax trouble, and I had to spend a summer Ubering because I got to owing income tax on a on a loan I took, and I didn't realize you got double taxed. They take 20% from the loan you're taking, and then they take it, and then they count it as your income on the year, and they tax you again, and then that's a big whammy. That's an even bigger whammy. So yeah, I did. It kind of caught me off guard, but I had the Uber, but I finally paid the bill off. But yeah, I only did it for a summer, and then I was done with it. So yeah, but it was all right. It was good. I mean, it got me some money quick. It wasn't bad for the time. But I was working all over. I mean, I'd work my regular job, and then I'd spend weekends and working most of the day just driving my car, delivering, driving people around. You know what I mean? So, yes, I'm finally so grateful. I'm never going backwards. I'm going straight from the bottom to the top. Well, that's good. Pill, what's the gathering? Women's history books, Rothschilds, hats causing the wars. Okay. Oh, I'm just kind of reading some of your comments over here. All right. Yeah. Looks like you got a conversation going amongst yourselves there. That's good. All right. Um, okay. Yeah. There's a lot of conversations that go on between everybody around here. Oh my gosh. Well, Franz, thank you. Skater, thank you. Oh man. Hey, thanks. I want to thank you so much for that. Uh, give him a like on that. Well, that was very generous of you, sir. I appreciate that very much so. And that was very, very kind of you. Give him a big old heart on that one and a thumbs up. I appreciate that. All right. And I gotta type a little thanks in there too. Thanks. There you go. Did I do that? Thanks. Oh, okay. We got that. All right. All right. So enter. Did that go through? I hope it did. All right. Did I send that in there? Well, I want to thank you so much. That was, I guess that must have been some good. Oh no, that says it went through there. I think it did, didn't it? Did I send this or not? Okay. No, no, I didn't do that. Okay. I think I did that all right. Okay. Yeah, well, that's good. So he got that for me. Um, yeah, no, that's good. No, I mean, I have. I mean, people ask a little bit about how to do a little bit of YouTube. I say, good gosh, who'd want to ask me? I mean, I feel like I'm such an amateur at YouTube. I look at some of these videos on YouTube channels out there, and I see some of these guys that are professional YouTubers, and this is what they do for a living. These are the guys making thousands of dollars. I mean, that basically that's their job, you know. And I guess it takes a lot of dedication and a lot of knowledge to know, and just to keep putting videos out. And some of these guys get so good, they know how to work certain apps, and but there's tons of like advice out there from videos. VidIQ is just nothing but just nothing but that out there, you know. Oh, wait, did I not do this or not? Oh, wait, maybe I didn't do that right. Hold on. You know what? Maybe that's what it was. I thought hello, Lish. Lish has just entered the safe haven here. Good night. Good. I mean, hello to you. How are you, Lish? And I love the little red rose. I know it's a little virtual red rose, but I'm sure it's nice. I love roses, you know. Yeah. Oh, what happened? Oh, whoa, hold on. Okay. Um, yes. Okay. I meant, listen, if you're still out there, skater, I meant to hit thanks and I put the TH in there. I meant to, I meant to do that. And yeah, here we go. Okay. I'm going to try to redo this again here. Okay. I just was I wanted to hit thanks. Okay. I'll do this again. Give me a second. I'm having to type here a little bit. And thanks. Yeah, right. And let's see. Okay, wait. All right. I'm trying not to cause up too much dead air here, people. I'm trying to type and talk at the same time, and I don't want people to go away because I'm silent here. So I got to keep talking, you know. Hey, I'll tell you, dead air, It's kind of like, you know, I thought the dead air, what's that? The kind of air that you get hit when you open up a coffin, you know what I mean? I'll tell you, that's dead air to me. Oh, that was bad, huh? Oh man, boy, that joke is dead, huh? Oh gosh, there's a dead joke over there, huh? I'll tell you. Boy, this guy, he's, oh my gosh. Don't get me morphing into Rodney over here, okay? All right, Lish. Okay. Thanks and good luck. Yeah, I do appreciate that. So we got that going on over there. Yeah. So let's see. We're gonna. So I know I'm kind of like the host here. See, that's one thing I got to do. I just got to keep talking. When I go these lives, I have to be the guy who keeps talking. You know what I mean? So, um, hi Tom. Peace and blessings. What are we all talking about? As usual, Lish, we're talking a little bit about everything. There's a new guy over here. His name is ex friend Skater. I called him Skater. He's an INFJ. First time I've seen him here. And he was asking a little bit of just how do you he wants to make a YouTube channel. Yeah, but he says, he's nervous about going live, like getting in front of a camera. I says, just a couple of pointers about how, just do some regular videos, just stuff, And we were talking about other stuff too, about as far as some deep psychology about how to bring our subconscious or unconsciousness into the consciousness, the way Carl Jung said, and how that can happen. I mean, it's not something we can just sometimes readily do. Sometimes it takes us to really search for it. But just going over some of the steps on what happens when you finally do start bringing your consciousness out and how to handle some of these shadows, because these shadows are going to come out, and when you face them, you may seem easy, but when we're facing our shadows, yeah, we have to do it in such a way where we are not letting them get under our skin all over again, because that's what they've been doing. We basically got to face these things in the consciousness without a reaction, without a response, without an emotional, basically without them having to relive them over and over again. And it takes practice. It takes us to actually understand our own mind and gather our strength, not for that to happen. Look at these things objectively. When you look at them objectively, you're looking at them like this bottle over here. Somehow, you have to almost make these shadows like just an object. Objective. That's what that means. I mean, you're looking at this and saying, okay, it's got this Poland Springs water. Yeah, Poland Springs water, straight to you from Maine. Maine. That crystal clear, sparkling water delivered straight to your door. That's right, Poland Springs. And I want a quarter from that Poland Springs. Why don't you throw me a quarter over there? I'm only kidding, people. No, but anyway, you have to be objective about what you're looking at. I know that may sound difficult. Like, how do you do that? You're taking something that was conflicting with your life all your life as a child, something that has been tormenting you, causing you to have turmoil, causing you to have repressed memories. And how do you just look at it like nothing? This is part of what we have to do. We have to train our mind to look at our problems objectively. And now it may seem very almost cold and like how do you do that? But this is the level you have to get yourself to. Basically, when these things bubble up, and as you say, face them instead of burying them again, because the things that they were saying, the things that you remember were so hurtful that you just don't want to face them. Instead of that, you're facing them again, but as they're trying to hurt you, as they're trying to make you relive your trauma over and over again, you have to rise above this and just look at them objectively, without emotion, without reliving, without fear, without a response, and just see them for what they were and see them for what they did to you. This is the level we have to train our mind to get to. I know it may seem deep, but that's the level you get to. But when they can no longer affect you, when they're no longer under your skin, then you've totally, in a sense, conquered them. You've moved past them, and they do not, because the longer you are repressing them, you're a subject to them. You're almost a slave to them in a way. You are a slave to your shadows when they're repressing you, because they're guiding you, they're twisting you, they're making you react in an unnatural way that is outside of your authentic self. So by facing them objectively, by seeing them for what they are, and by mastering them, then you've risen above them and they no longer have a hold on you. You're free. You are totally free. And then this roadblock that you've had that was stopping you from authenticating yourself, because these are roadblocks. These are hurdles that are keeping us from our true self. The more we repress them, when we don't face them. But once you've gotten past that hurdle, then you are able to find your true authentication. Okay. So that's part of what it is. The spirit of Rodney Dangerfield is among us. Well played. Oh, hey, well, Michael, 42. All right. Well, yeah, you know what? Occasionally, Rodney's one of those. I don't know if he's quite an archetype in me. I don't know what he is, but there's a couple of like characters that I've adopted over the course of my life that seem to have helped like define me, shape me. And I think INFJs do that. We kind of Frankenstein certain characters in our life. And Rodney was one of them, but he was the comedian, because Rodney always looked nervous and he always looked like he was out of his sorts and he was fidgety and he was always, but he cracked jokes. So I thought, sometimes these comedians, sometimes that's what they are. Robin Williams was like that too. Have you ever seen Robin Williams? He even said that he looked nervous, and he was always like, he knew that as long as he just kept talking, and he had to kind of act things out, things just spilled out of him. Things just little like he had his own like characters. He had his own little characters. He had a little kid voice, and he had different voices would come out randomly. He was like that, but that's what made him hilarious. Okay. So I think in a way that's he's one of my characters that helped define me through my life, along with Clint Eastwood. Yeah, he was one of them too. And there was a few other ones in there. I can't think of them all, but there was a few that helped to define me. So, but yeah, the spirit of Rodney, well played. Oh, the dead air. That's like opening up a coffin. I don't know where that came from. I had to come up with something. That's all. Uh, so no, but anyway, that's basically what we were talking about. Lish was we're talking a little bit about that, the depth of our shadows, and about how we need to face things. Now, of course, as you know, this channel, as you know, this part of this broadcast, I think it's part of my duty to go into the very self help part of our aspect of who we are. Um, I mean, naturally, I think looking at our psychology, not just INFJ psychology, but psychology in general, we want to improve ourselves. We want to self help. We want to find ways of improving. And I think, especially us, especially INFJ types, I think we spend a good majority of our life trying to figure our mind out. So, but again, it comes down a lot to of uh, of understanding our repressed shadows and facing them. Okay, okay. What do we got here? Michael's got something going on here. Rodney Dangerfield and Robin Williams channeled a lot of anxiety, depression, and struggle into comedy. And amazing gift they both had. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about, Michael. Is exactly that. You could tell that they had a certain nervousness about them. In fact, some of these comedians are like that. If you look at some of them, there's quite a few of them like that. That just it's like that's how they overcame their anxiety. Was just and a lot of them became self-deprecating. Now, Rodney Dangerfield was the king of self-deprecating. He always talked about, hey, I get no respect. The other day I came home early. I know my wife, she cheats on me. I came home early and the parrot said, quick, out the window. So he talks about his wife cheating on him, and he's always talking about, you know, I'm okay now, but last week I was in rough shape. And he says, and he just talks about, he's always cutting himself down, you know, but love dark humor. But yeah, but I mean, but a lot of times these guys that are able to basically self-deprecate, I mean, they're the funny ones because they're just, like they're so secure in themselves that they can talk about themselves in such a way. I mean, Robin Williams would do that a little bit, but he talked about others. He was more of extroverted type, and he just did a lot of impressions and things. And so, but he did his impressions, but he was very good at improvising, very good at that. He could just come up with a dialogue on the spot and just come up with somebody's voice, how the way they might say it, but in that spontaneously in that moment. And you'd think, hey, you'd think he was scripted, but he wasn't. A lot of the stuff was just made up on the spot. He was excellent at that. Let's see. Dark humor. Not everyone gets it, but it's never gets old. Like food in Africa and unvaccinated kids. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's dark humor right there. Whoa. Whoa. That's real dark humor right there. Whoa. Yeah. Gee whiz. One of my late grandfather's favorite saying was, you have clean jokes and you have funny jokes. Oh yeah. Well, you have the way I think of it is sometimes you ever heard the dad jokes? Dad jokes are they're those really corny. They're clean jokes once you could tell your child. The dad jokes. They're clean. They're funny, but but you could tell them to, but so there's a classification. Hey, here's a dad joke for you. I mean, how does an Eskimo build his house? He glues it together. See? Now, see, that's a dad joke. That's a prime dad joke right there. It's clean, it's corny, but it's funny all at the same time. But it's something you could tell it's something to tell you a 3-year-old. Those are dad jokes. And being that I was a dad once, I mean, I went through my phase. Now, my brother was good at those. He had 5 kids. And my brother Paul was always like just a bad joker anyway. Just to make up these horrible jokes. They were so bad, they were almost like, oh, funny, but almost like not good, you know? Okay. Uh oh, what's that? I'm sorry if I offended anyone, but the last dark humor joke I said was with friends as we passed on and Frank's house was wow, she was such a great real estate agent. Oh, oh, Anne Frank. Oh, she was such a great real estate agent. Well, that's not only is that dark, that's deep. You really got to understand a little bit of history behind Anne Frank. If you didn't know who Anne Frank was and know the history, um, then you probably wouldn't get it. So that's one of those you have to be knowledgeable in history. Some of these you have to be cerebral. You have to know you only get them if you understand the people behind them. That's one of those right there. Now, Anne Frank, she was part of the Nazi Germany. She was part of the Holocaust. She lived in some house. I thought she was in a concentration camp. I can't remember, but I can't remember the whole story behind her, but something about her house, though. Wait a minute. Wasn't she, didn't they room off of, they locked off a room for her and she hid through the war, through the whole, gathering up of like the extermination and things. And they hid her in a room and she stayed in that one room for like years, right? Was that what it was? It was something like that, right? I'm trying to remember if I remember. So being a good real estate agent, huh? Well, okay, I guess I could see that being the case. See, I had to troubleshoot that. Yeah, some of these things I know. Sometimes yeah, exactly. That was very dark. Uh, I'm, I am AO. Yeah, yeah, no, I get that. I see that because that's what happened. Yeah, she was penned up in her house in a room, like roped off during the whole gathering. She was protected and something like that. Didn't she die young though? Because she was so when they finally found her, she was so emaciated and so like yeah, I don't think she lived very long either. I kind of remember that because she spent so much time in there, she didn't get much to she get like meager amounts of food and exercise and sunlight and fresh air and it finally took her toll on her or something like that. I can't remember what it was, but yeah. But see, I'm just trying to gather what little amounts of Anne Frank that I remembered about her history. Yeah, something on that idea. But quite the real estate agent. Yeah, that is definitely dark. So I mean, dark humor. That's when always like you kind of cut somebody that it's almost like it seems like inappropriate, but it's funny, but it isn't. It's like one of those inappropriate things. But yeah, I know nowadays though, with the world the way it is, you got a lot of wokeism and PC, and you got to be careful what you say and stuff and how you say it. But yeah, but it is what it is. So we have 6 watching, back up to 10, just like that. Yeah, but as far as uh, as far as what we actually see, I kind of like the microphone like it is right there. It's kind of hanging low. It's kind of hanging out of the way. It's there. It picks up everything, but it's not no. It's just right there. Um, we I'm going to say that sometimes I'm trying to think of something here. Got to come up with something to say here, people. Um, as INFJs, as our type, And something that we typically, have to keep in mind is the fact that also I think I think I mean, of course, we're talking about basically I think a lot of the theme today was about the authentication and awakenings and things. But I mean, I think there's so many little drawbacks to who we are, though. And here's one of the things I was thinking about. Now, do you think that INFJs have a lazy side? Well, maybe we could throw that out there in the chat. Maybe we could talk a little about this. I think typically it's been said. I've heard it said before in passing that INFJs tend to be a lazy type, where they're just that, where they being that they're so introverted, intuitive, they're always in their mind, and they have they have that rich inner world, and they're always in the labyrinth of that mind. Now, I can testify to that and just know what my mind does and where it goes, and I think we're all like that. And being also that we have weak extroverted sensing. I wouldn't say weak, but it's on that least dominant part of us. Okay. It's that fourth function. So we tend to like have issues with our own senses. And sometimes we end up zoning out. I mean, sometimes we're almost more in our own head, in our own reality, than we are in our own world. And I think we have a tendency sometimes to drift into, because of that, we spend so much time in our own mind that we can actually tend to get lazy in a sense. Now, this could be somewhat of a struggle because we're living in the real world. We have to survive here. We got to work here. We got to we got to live our life, make money, put food on the table, put gas in our car, pay our insurance, pay our bills. Okay. There's a certain obligation we have to meet because we are still in this tangible living world. Okay. But I think at some point, though, I think especially a lot of introverted intuitive types have a certain dreamy side about them, a certain like a lax side where they like to dream, they like to go inside their own head, and we're like that. We're very much like that. So I think that we have a propensity to have a little bit of a laziness about us. But now I wanted to ask maybe the chat, maybe we can come up with some of the questions that I'm asking. Maybe we can answer those. Do you think that affects your life? Do you have a lazy side? And what do you do to remedy it? Like, how do you snap out of it? With me, I have to say that I have to keep my priorities. I can only say that my own answer to that is like I said before, I think I tend to have a lazy side. And there are sometimes I might spend a weekend completely at home, even in the winter, sometimes, especially in the winter. I might wake up on a Saturday and have a few things I want to do. And I'll stay up, I'll get up and then I'll just start doing stuff around the house. And then I start, putting videos on, or I start doing things. And then the plans I had for that day, I say, I'll just do them tomorrow. And I end up staying home all day. Now, I'm not just sitting on my butt the whole time. I mean, I'm kind of just, it's almost like I need it though. Somehow I need that time where I'm just like, where I'm lazy, but I almost need it. Like I crave it, have to do it. And just have no responsibility, nothing pending, where I can just, where my mind is free to think, my mind is free to just do what it wants to do. So, but I think that's one of the struggles we might have. Now, I think at some point in our life, we have to kick ourselves in the butt, though. We can get caught up in that whole laziness thing, that whole just putting things off, putting off things, and just. But at some point, I think we gotta come out of it and snap out of it because of priorities. I mean, because your external life, your external functions have to take precedence. And I think we have no choice but to snap out of those things and do what we have to do to maintain it. I mean, after all, we still are in the functioning world too, But sometimes I think being that our type, that's a drawback to us. That's part of our extroverted sensing being that introvert, that inferior part of us. Okay, is that laziness. So, but when we talk about now, so many of us, we talked about this, how INFJs have to work on their extroverted sensing and they want to fine tune that. And I think this is one of the reasons why we have to, for that very reason I'm talking about. Because I have definitely, I could drift into laziness very easily. And I have to, like I said, I feel like I kick myself in the butt. Just me getting up. I feel like the one thing I have to do though, as long as I can go to work, as long as I go to work every day and do my function at work, I'm okay with that. I can do that, you know. But I'm going to read some of your comments on here. What do we got? A few years ago, I was telling blonde jokes. Oh, Honey Rose, blonde jokes. I want to hear a blonde joke. Then pause. Ooh, sorry, you wouldn't get it. Made it up on the spot. I am quite proud of that one. Oh, oh, sorry, you wouldn't get it. Kind of like, yeah, it's like almost makes the point within the point right there, huh? I've struggled. Okay, we got the skater. I've struggled with laziness a lot in my life, but after going deep and analyzing it was because of perfectionism paralysis. Yeah, that's a good one. Perfectionism paralysis. Yeah, because yeah, that's a good point you raised there, skaters. Because typically, yeah, we won't if we can't be perfect about our next step. If there's a little flaw in our planning, we just don't do it. We'll just put it off, right? Yeah, I can see that's another one. Work smarter, not harder. Lish lish with a skeleton. Okay. I've been watching videos about this, but I don't think it's lazy. It's the energy that is consumed by how we are made. Good point, Jethro. Yeah, because we expend so much energy. Very good point. Listen, we get so burned out. That's a very good point. Our life consumes us. Our 9 to 5 job, our life, our hustle and bustle of our life, until we regulate who we are, yeah, we're drained a lot. And then by the end of the week, we want nothing more than just to be have that lazy day to unwind, just to have no responsibility, have nobody around, stay home for a day, and just yeah, relax, do whatever, because that's a rebuild right there. I got to tell you, sometimes I have set a couple like last Saturday. I did that. I got up and I had things planned, and I actually um, I felt like being that I have a night job, I tend to sleep late anyway, right? I mean, I sleep late anyway. I go to bed at 4 o'clock in the morning and I get up around 11:30, 12 o'clock. That's my typical work schedule. I was sleeping until two and 3 in the afternoon. I mean, that's me sleeping in now. I mean, but that may seem like unusual for somebody that has a different time schedule, but that was me. But I felt like I needed to sleep. I actually felt like I needed the extra sleep. I must have, because sometimes, and that's another thing too. I mean, I don't get a full night's sleep sometimes. Sometimes I wake up for hours at a time and I'm just scrolling my phone or tossing and turning or trying to get comfortable to sleep, but I can't. And I think a lot of us go through that. That's a good point you got there. Lish, let's say Lish Lish, you got. I think by the time I get home from work, all I want to do is look into what I want and put my energy into what I want and think about what I want. A lot of I wants in there. So you got a lot of like you want to do certain things, and all of a sudden you have your downtime where you're not on a clock having to go to work, and you just want to focus on things that you want to do. Yeah, okay. And then sometimes you need that whole day of just doing that to recharge to fully, because that's what's getting you back on your track. That's your recharging mode, right? 3 priorities: do one, then do a distraction. 3 priorities: do one, then do a distraction. Okay. 3 priorities: do one priority, then do a distraction. Okay, but so then you get two priorities you didn't do yet. I get it. But then you figure that, so then you do so now what do? You repeat, you do that. Now you got two priorities because you got one done. You do that second one, then do two, you don't, two distractions. Kind of like on that idea. See, I guess we're all coming up with different ways. I think we all struggle with this too. Yeah, it sounds like. Lish again. Yeah, distraction is in thought or looking into things, then procrastinating. BC because of it. Oh, okay. I could see that. Distracting thoughts and looking into things and procrastinating. That's I think I do that a lot. I put things off way too much. Um, I mean, there's like yard work. There's certain things. I mean, I keep the lawn mowed. I mean, I keep the general stuff. Like I make sure I take the leaf blower, clean out my yard, mow the lawn. I do that stuff, right? But then there's other stuff like I need to take some chainsaw and I got to clear out some trees around the edge, you know. But then when I get to the big stuff, then I'm like, all right, no. And then I just see it get taller, and then I'm like, next year it gets taller, you know. So yeah, I put stuff off too. I mean, there's only so long you can. And then I've noticed too, like as I get older too, like little health things, like little things ache. I start getting pains, and all of a sudden I get aches and pains here and there, certain drawbacks that I have. And then then that's a perfect excuse. Well, I can't do it because my foot hurts today. So I'm not going to do it. And yeah, and usually it's holding me back anyway. This topic is why I'm curious about meeting an INFJ who is a billionaire, see how they spent their time since they don't have to worry about money if they don't have to. But the thing is, too, you got to remember, too, though, if they're a billionaire, unless they inherited all their money, when it's just given to them, they probably spent most of their life working for that money. They invested properly, or they had a business. And we were talking about Elon Musk last week, and how he basically used him as the example. And he said he's a trillionaire, but I mean, but you got to remember too, you got to remember the journey that he took to get to be a billionaire. All right. And he wasn't just, sitting on his butt and letting the world go by and being lazy. No, he had to work for it. Probably he was building a brand, investing in the brand, whatever he was doing, whatever it was that he was good at. And yeah, he just, whether he was investing, but yeah, but that took his work to do that. Now, typically these billionaires, they don't just reach a certain peak. They keep working because that's what they did to get there, and that's all they know how to do. And usually it's a way of just, it's almost like in their blood just to keep doing that. They don't just sit back and lay back because they got nothing to do anymore. I mean, some might do that. I don't picture them doing that much because they spend a lot of time. I mean, that they spend a lot of work to get there. Yeah. And they have to stay there for whatever reason. Elon inherited his money. Well, he might have inherited some of his money in the beginning. I mean, I think even Donald Trump did. I mean, I think some of these billionaires that are out there, some of them had been given, like, maybe they had a little bit of a start, um, but they turned their whatever it is they were inherited. They might have inherited a few $1 million, maybe, or so, and then they turned it around and they did what they did, and then they created a whole other business, whole other empire. Yeah. So yeah, that's true. I mean, sometimes I think they got a good start to get them jump started. I guess you could say that's possible. His parents own a mine in Africa. Oh yeah, South Africa. Probably that's. Matter of fact, I believe South Africa has. It's very very rich in diamond mines. I believe most of your precious stones and diamonds are from South Africa. Now that I think of it, yeah. Something about that location and whatever it was, but it's rich and like very, very has a lot of jewels. Must have been a lot of something in that area. but there's a lot of diamond mines in South Africa. You're absolutely right. I didn't know. I didn't say I don't know a lot about his family or his parents, but I'm sure that had something to do with it. But he took he took his inheritance. He took a little bit of a jump start that he might have got. I'm sure, but he turned it into what he did. But you gotta understand too. I mean, you can't take a lot away from Elon Musk. I think he had a vision, and he does. He's very highly technical about some things, and I think a lot of that comes from him. But you got to figure he's whatever way he built the business, whatever he did to build Tesla, electric cars, the innovation that he had, a lot of that came from his own understanding, his own ingenuities too. I mean, listen, I'm not defending the guy. I mean, I don't really know him that much. I'm just saying that, a lot of that came from him. You can't just say he just did it because he had a lot of smart people around him. To an extent, he might have hired smart people, but he had to be smart enough to know what smart people to hire around him. You see? So some of it had to have, come from him. It's just, yeah. They are called Nepo babies. They don't start from the ditches like us. They start wealthy already and build on that. Yeah, yeah, I can see that a little bit. Like I said, even our own president, Donald Trump. Yeah, I mean, whether you like him or not, look, Trump has his background. He's a tycoon. He was building all these buildings in New York City, and he's got Trump Tower. I mean, that was it. He was a real estate guy, but he was building the skyscrapers, and that's. But yeah, he has. But his father, I guess, I think it was Donald Trump Senior. I think, but he talks a lot about his father. But yeah, his father started off like as a businessman himself, so he taught him a lot of things. And of course, yeah, he got a certain inheritance early on, but he turned that into, but he more than doubled it, tripled it, quadrupled it, whatever, many times over, and into his whole thing. So I mean, yeah, I mean, you got to say that a lot of his background probably learned a lot from his father. I'm sure he went to business college or whatever they do, and but it's all part of their business to be in that. Yeah, I think they get a little bit of an advantage. Okay, somewhat. Now you do have some successful billionaires that, like Bill Gates, or I believe it was Steve Jobs, but maybe it was Steve Jobs. Steve Jobs actually, I believe he was the founder of Apple Computer, or was it Microsoft? It was one of the two. Maybe it was Microsoft. Windows. I know he passed away then, Steve Jobs, but he started off basically in his own garage, and he was putting together motherboards and transistors, and he started off almost from bare bottom with Steve Jobs, I believe, and he started off with just panels, building like individual computers in his garage, and then he put together some of the early prototypes of computers, some of the earliest versions of them. Like I said, maybe it was Mac. Was it Mac? It was one of the two. Maybe somebody can help me out on that one. I know it was one of the two. Maybe Microsoft, but he did do that, but he invented innovative ways of like expanding like technology with computers. But he started off with nothing, and he ended up building this multi-billion-dollar corporation from basically his garage. I mean, it expanded from there. And then I think I know Bill Gates. I think he was part of that too. I think one or two of them came from Apple and Microsoft. But either one of those guys, I think, now they did. They spent that time. I mean, but they spent many hours just tinkering in their own garage, putting together transistors and panels. Yeah. Uh, so uh, with just $1 million in the bank, you can get 777,000 every month in interest. Oh, I can imagine so, yeah. Yeah. It would be, that would be good with 1 million. Yeah. Yeah, 1 million nowadays. Listen, I'd be good with $1 million too. I mean, that's $1,000 million, right? $1,000. Yeah, that'd be a good start. I mean, that used to mean something years ago. Now it seems the big bar is at least $1 billion plus. It used to be a millionaire was something back, 50, 60 years ago. Now it's like there's a lot of millionaires. There's a lot more millionaires than there used to be. Now it's the billionaires that are like Paris Hilton. What are we talking? Celebrities. like some of their kids get into an acting and signal BC beside their parents, and then that's is passed on from generations, like Paris Hilton. Yeah, yeah. There's a few. Yeah, and sometimes, occasionally, occasionally that doesn't work out too good for the. They call them what, Hollywood brats, for the kids that go on to be the actors themselves. Sometimes that doesn't go on so well. I know Charlie Sheen had issues. Yeah, sometimes you hear some stories about some of these affected by that, and it's not always a happy story. It's not always a pleasant story that the effect that they had, or some of these childhood actors, the way they turn out, like Macaulay Culkin, I guess from Home Alone. Remember him? I guess he doesn't even he's not even an actor. Do you know his parents ended up taking all his money? He was basically working as a kid, well, 8 years old, and his parents basically stole all his money. Did you know that? They robbed him. All his and all his earnings that he did from that went to his parents, and they never reimbursed him. So they screwed him over, and that messed him up, And he had trouble with drugs and alcohol. I don't know if he still is, but he had some issues going with that guy, you know, unfortunately. But yeah, but I mean, it all depends on the parents that you get and how well they raise you, I guess, and how well they what their moral values are, you know. I mean, you get some success stories out there. Um, I mean, but you're right though. There are a lot of different, like you said, families end up getting their own children into like the Hollywood. They pass it down that way because they got the in. Their father or their mother is somebody big, but so they go on. And sometimes the kids don't have much talent though. John Wayne had a kid. John Wayne, his oldest son went on to do that. I believe it was Patrick Wayne, but he had no talent. If you ever saw some of his movies, he could not act to save his life. He really couldn't. They tried him out a little bit early on, like back in the 70s, but you didn't see him last too long because he was just not a good actor. Didn't have the talent his father did, but he had the clout of John Wayne's kid, but he wasn't John Wayne, not even close. So, uh, but anyway, I know we got into laziness talking about about celebrities and stuff. Well, but bottom line is, like I said earlier, we were talking about laziness and about some of the effects of our extroverted sensing and how we tend to, as INFJs, how we have a tendency to be lazy types because of that extroverted sensing and because of you've actually filled in a couple of different reasons as to why and why these things affect us, especially why we tend to be the type to put things off and but again, I think some of it is because of we get overwhelmed sometimes, and because we get so drawn and drained. Somebody made that comment that yeah, we need that downtime. Yeah, so we tend to be lazy because that's the only thing that really uh, we don't call it lazy. We call this recharging. We're calling that alone time. I mean, well, maybe we're doing our chores in that alone time, but for the most part, we're really trying to just recapture our own sanity and recapture our own self because we've been burned out from the week that we just had. I go through this all the time. My whole life I've been like that. Yeah. But I never really realized what it was until I found out what MBTI was and realized that it was me trying to just recharge every night or recharge every week. All right. Yeah, I didn't realize that that's what it was. I wish I would have known that. I probably never would have got married knowing that I'm that introverted. It might have saved me having a divorce the way it did. So, um, okay, I gotta go. Set up for tomorrow. Cooking before the heat starts up on Tuesday. I hope to see you all next week. All right, well, Honey Rose, thanks for stopping in. And yeah, don't want to heat that kitchen up when it's too hot out there, do you? Well, thank you, and we'll see you next week, Honey Rose. Thanks for stopping by. All right, awesome. Okay, but well, that's good to know. That's good to know. Matter of fact, I got to do some cooking of my own at some point. I might do some maybe this tomorrow night or something. I just got a couple of things I got to do. I gotta throw. Hey, speaking of that, I gotta throw some laundry in the dryer. I did some laundry before I started this live, but I'll do that in a little bit. See, I'm putting it off again. I guess I'm making my own point right here. uh, so hey, I like the little crescent moon you got there, Lish Lish. Hey, isn't that something? You must have a bunch of emojis over there, huh? So hey, emoji. Yeah, that sounds like some foreign car. I bet you those are hard to get parts for. You know what I'm saying? I'll tell you. An emoji. I, I don't know where this stuff comes from. You know what I mean? I just pull it out of somewhere. Well, if you don't want to know where I'm pulling that out of, do you? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. All right. Um, So, anybody else? Hey, if you want to, like I said, rabbit holes, we can jump down a rabbit hole. Anybody out there? Anybody? Hey, where do we have anybody new out there? We have 10. Is there anybody out there that has not introduced themselves? Any 10 people watching out there that has not said hello? And if you're new to the channel, would you, if you'd like to leave a comment, leave your name, so let's say hello and introduce yourself. Okay. If you would like. Okay, if you're brand new here. If you're just passing on through and you like what you see, all right. And if you have a question, concern, any input that you would like to say, we would love to hear from you. Okay, just letting you know that. Okay. Okay. Oh, my tool. Thanks for the reminder. LOL. Need to start the washer. Oh, see, there you go. Start the washer there, huh? Okay. Hey, Tom. Hey, hey, look at that. We got Justin in the house. Genesis Klager. Hello, hey, Tom, and everyone. Been listening for a bit. Been busy getting ready for tomorrow. Hey, there you go. Awesome. Everybody's getting ready for tomorrow. Yeah, well, tomorrow's back to work, back to Monday, and going back to, yeah, I mean, I guess before, yeah, I did some shopping earlier, so I got a little bit ready for tomorrow as well. That's good. Yeah. It's good to hear from you, Klager. Uh, Genesis Klager, that is, Justin. Hey, you know what? Come to think of it, I happened to have flipped around the other day, a couple of days ago. I went to your channel, Justin, and I was just curious. And there was a you were playing the guitar, man. You are a pretty good guitar player. I know. Are you in a band, dude? You're very good. I got to say, very talented with the guitar. And you had a you had a Jason mask on. I can't remember the video as well. I think you had like the a hockey man, not maybe not Jason, the guy from Friday the 13th. He had a hockey mask, and he was doing some skit, like he was playing some riff. I couldn't recognize what the riff was from, but yeah, it was quite yeah, it was pretty cool though. Yeah, he's very talented on the guitar. I got to tell you. Back to trying to avoid a heat stroke tomorrow. LOL. Yeah. Do you all experience delayed emotion? Let's see. Do you all experience delayed emotions? Like you have to think about them, and then later on, you start feeling them. Uh, Very good. Well, that's a good question. I think so. Listen, sometimes in that moment, let's say somebody says things or something that you should be reacting to in the moment. I think because we're such planners, and sometimes I think we can be on delay. I think you're right, and sometimes that we're also thinkers. Sometimes in that moment, we're kind of trying to gather our thoughts and gather our intuition because we're so intuitive. I think that's has something to do with it because that's our first function. I mean, there comes certain times in our life we have no choice but to react in our extroverted sense world, whether the protecting ourselves, defending ourselves, whatever. There's certain times where we have to act, but we tend to remain quiet, remain observant, and think about it. And you're right. Sometimes when we start gearing up, we start replaying these conversations or replaying the event, whatever it might have been in our head. And then all of a sudden, we'll start thinking about the emotion that went behind it. Yeah, I can see that happening. That's a good question. That's a good observation. I think it all has to do with that whole gathering of our, yeah, just that's the whole gathering process and just starting to decipher, making sense of it. And as you know, we're kind of on delay sometime. And then all of a sudden, the way we should have thought about it in that instant happens later on, minutes later, hours later, whatever it might be. And then, I wish I said this. Oh, why the F was I so stupid? Why did I think, why didn't I do this in the moment? I should have said that. Oh, why didn't I just get ticked? Yeah. There's sometimes I find myself thinking I should have been more angry at somebody for what they said or did in that moment, and I didn't. And then it like, I, I kind of, I kind of say I should have said this or that, but but then again, I think to myself, yeah, but I remained calm. I remained unaffected, and that's what they saw. You see, and but bottom line is, I mean, it took me a while to think about it. I think you're right. You're onto something, Lish Lish. I think that's a good question you got there. I've been in a few bands before, but not currently. I was in a jazz band in college too. Oh, okay. Yes, that was a song from Friday the 13th, Part 6 by Alice Cooper. That's it. That's it. I remember that now. It was an Alice Cooper song. Friday the 13th, Part 6. That's why you had the Jason mask. He had the hockey mask, and it was Alice Cooper. I went all out on that one. Even tried to make the color scheme similar to the Nintendo Friday the 13th game. Oh, is that what it came from? All right, okay. I was watching that, man. You got to hear that riff. You ever get a chance, check him out because he's very good on the guitar. All right. Listen, I've had a few friends of mine. I've had an old buddy of mine way back in Lynn. Back, he's passed on. He passed on about 5 or 6 years ago. He had a heart attack when he was 52. But back in the day, he was he was a typical like a rock star friend of mine, and he had a band. He had a band in Lynn, Mass. He had one of those bands, one of those garage bands, and he played out and stuff. And he loved Led Zeppelin, but he was one of those guitar players, and he was really good, very good. And he'd been playing since he was like, I don't know, 8 or 9 years old. He got his first guitar, and he played guitar right up until the day he died, I believe. So but yeah, he was an old friend of mine. So I've had a back in Lynn. I still remember that though, Justin. There was a lot of garage bands in the town in Lynn growing up back in the 80s, 70s, 80s. Tons of like just your basic garage bands. And I knew a lot of people that had them, and a lot of friends of mine just, you'd see them out there, just regular guys, you know. So I had a lot of friends like that. Delayed emotions oh, we have another one. Delayed emotions are indicative of a melancholic temperament, I believe. Typically slower to process those things. Oh my gosh, some of the incredible, and you know what, some of the wisdom you people have. I never would have put it in the wording you just did, Justin. My gosh, that is, but it makes you think and say, wow, man, where do you come up with this stuff? Did you just come up with that? This is like brilliant stuff. You know, yeah, that's a melancholic temperament. Yeah, I believe typically slower to process those things. Well, that's there you go. That's a good description of it. I haven't had any desire to play music since last year. Hopefully, it comes back. Guess I got burned out. Lots of people that kept me inspired. Okay, yeah, I can imagine. So, yeah, that sounds like. Well, I mean, if it burned you out, then yeah, there's only so much you can do with that, right? Yeah. But it sounds like you like to jam, though. Looks like you like to turn the amp on. You go into your room or garage or wherever you jam, and you just jam. It's probably, I guarantee, that's probably like your outlet. I bet you it's something that just relaxes you. It You get to create on there, and you just get to do what you got to do, man. I never got too much into the guitar myself. I never did. In fact, I never got too much into musical instrument, except maybe the harmonica, if you can count that. Hey, yeah, I got a little. Yeah, I got this Let's get this guy right here. I mean, if you want to count the harmonica, you know what I mean. I mean, hey, this is actually an old River Queen here right now. I could play you. I mean, I could play a couple tunes like right now. Like. Oh yeah, I haven't done that in months. I made a point to learn all those classic American tunes, like "Oh Susanna" and "Oh Give Me a Home," "Where the Buffaloes Roam," "Home on the Range." Yeah, I made a point to learn all those, like "Yankee Doodle Dandy" and all those classic ones. That you remembered from like the. I made a point to learn. I just learned them by ear, just by just knowing the way they were. Just picked up and I spent hours on the harmonicas. You know, and then it started bugging my jaw. I got this click jaw. It started bothering my jaw. I couldn't play the harmonica, like I'm cursed. I started picking up but I can do that every so often. Americana is beautiful. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. All the Americanas and stuff. The INFJ learning curve. Yeah, there you go. And the skies are not cloudy all day. With the buffalo roam and the skies are not cloudy all day. Something like that, right? Or the deer and the antelope play. Yeah. I can't remember all the lyrics, but that was basically it. Yeah, but I've made a point to learn a bunch of those, but I'm not going to play it all day long. I'll end up losing half the audience here. But I used to spend a lot of time with that. Like I said, it's not a bug on my jaw though. I got this thing on my jaw. I got jumped when I was a kid. Oh, I can tell you what happened with the jaw. Right back when I was a kid. Right, I was walking down. I was probably 14, 15 years old, and I was walking down a neighborhood I probably shouldn't have been. In fact, I should not have been walking down this. I'm in Lynn, Mass, and I was in kind of an area, part of town, and I got jumped. A couple of kids I knew from school. Actually, kids I've seen before. I would just walk by their house, and I probably should have known better. They jumped me and they kind of roughed me up a little bit. One punched me in the jaw, and I remember I feel it dislocated my jaw a little bit. And I said, never again am I ever going to let anybody do that to me. You know, that was the last time. Uh, let's just say if anybody got too close to me after that, I made sure I just wasn't going to let them do that. That was the last time. But I blame myself for that. I said, you know what, Tom? You were in their territory. You probably should not have been there walking down. If you saw them, you probably should have went to the other side of the street. I mean, you probably should have avoided that street. I'm actually blame myself. So that kind of half deserved it. I should have been smarter than that. I really should have been, but I still had this jaw, and it still clicks every so often. Sometimes it goes out of joint. So, but when I played the harmonica too much, for some reason, my jaw just got. It would start bothering it if I played too long. So I can't play that much anymore. So it's almost like I'm cursed. It's like I'm blessed, but I'm cursed. Like I had the talent to do it. I enjoyed it. I used to love playing the harp. In fact, for a while there, I kept getting different types, the chromatic harps with the little plungers on the side, and I was getting into different, like octaves. I'd get the whole ones with the C harp. This one was at A, like it's a lower one. I had all the different ones, and some are like, they started off in the different octaves, but yeah. But then it started bugging my jaw, if you can believe it. America is beautiful. Oh, sure, yeah, definitely is. But anyway, excuse me. Yeah. Well, I'm surprised we haven't seen Vamp. Vamp must be busy tonight. Maybe she would have. Maybe Sunday nights is probably not a good night for her. I guess I missed the Vamp. I haven't seen. I haven't seen. What's his name? Also was is Hidden Harp. Yeah, I know he's been missing a few weeks now. Again, I think it's probably has a relationship going on. That's the last thing I remember is that he had some girlfriend. So that's probably what it is. Um, but anyway, that's I had a whole warm up routine for everything. Absolutely loved it. Oh, okay. Sounds good. Home in the range, yeah. Um, no, so anyway, about the late emotion though, that's a very good question you had there, Lish, if you're still out there. And so that's see, this is I think a lot of things you must recognize that in yourself. And maybe these are personal things I think you see happen to you. And then you just want to know if it's something that we all do. All right. Now there are certain other types though. Typically, um, you might get the extroverted sensing types that react very quickly emotionally in the spot, um, in the moment. Okay. And typically, like the ESTP types, maybe the ENTPs, ENFPs, whatever you want to say. A lot of you extroverted sensing types probably are the type more like because they're the opposite and they live in their senses first. Their sensing world and their whole physicality is where they're geared first, and they're very much in the now. Imagine a backward version of us being the ESTP. Now, sometimes I think I only use that example is because of the polar opposite personality that they are. Okay. Now we take it from the whole standpoint of we're judges, we're planners, we're long-term thinkers, and we're in our head a lot. And every one of their functions is backwards. Now their extroverted sensing is their primary function, and it's our least dominant. Now their introverted intuition, I believe, is their fourth function. It's their most inferior. Now they can have introverted intuition, but it's one of those it's either their fourth one or it might even be a shadow function, but I think it's their last one. Every one of their functions is just backwards on the ESTP. But typically, my point is that there's not a lot of delay. Sometimes they react very much so in the moment, and in being that they're so physical and they're like usually they're the extroverted type. Typically, they make bad decisions in that moment too. They might just act irrational. And some of them, if they're very aggressive, and they tend to be, some of them will get angry and they might just end up punching somebody, let's say, or if their emotions. But sometimes the one thing you got to understand is that the ESTP types, the prison systems are full of them types because of that reason, because they're the total opposite. There's very little delay. Their delay is probably regretting what they did, is letting their temper maybe letting their temper fly in that moment. While our regret is, like I said before, why didn't I say this? Why I should have said that in that moment when we tend to like think it over after the fact, that delayed emotion. So, so I would imagine that's basically the polar opposite. So in a way, maybe we sometimes we might regret not saying something in that moment, but at that point there, at least we thought it over. I mean, I think being rational in some situation is good because it doesn't make us act irrationally. So, yes, getting ads. That's a first to me. Are you getting ads? Oh, Lish. Let me see. Are you getting ads during the live? Oh, there's things I have to learn about with the ad things. I know that yeah, I've gotten past the 4,000. Where I get the ad revenue is coming in right now um the long form videos. When I put the long form videos, that's where I get most of them. That's where the ads go on there. Now I've looked on some of the. I believe the way YouTube is arranged It's like they allow watch time hours to accumulate on live broadcasts. So you can accumulate watch time hours. But if you notice, I don't think there's a lot of ads that they allow you to broadcast on with the with the with them for some reason. I think they figured that the ad broadcast is going to have something to do with like the perks like that, like people just, the donations like that, occasionally, like I get, and then, and of course it's the accumulation of time, but they don't allow you to get the ad hours on the live ones. All right. So something like that, but they do, but it has something to do with the long form videos. So when I put out those videos, not the shorts don't get any, they don't get as much ad revenue. It's a different way that they have an ad revenue. If you're making money, then I won't complain. Yeah, I hate when they put ads on non-monetizing videos as well. Oh yeah, well they do that all the time. Before I even before I was even like at 4,000 or anything, they would do that. It's almost like you feel like YouTube is using you for free, and they're taking advantage of you when they realize that your videos are getting somewhat, when you're starting to get subscribers and you're making somewhat of a progress on YouTube. Yeah, they'll start throwing these ads on there on your videos, and you got to figure it's 100% profit for them. It's almost like you feel like you're being used. But the thing is this though, you got to understand when you sign up for Google and you are signing all that whole big contract down there, you could scroll past quite a bit of contract. It only takes an hour to read that whole thing, all the little nitty gritties on a contract. And you're signing right there that says that there's a paragraph that says they're going to do that. Yeah. So you are signing for that. I mean, I might not have directly read that, but I mean, how many people actually sit down and read that entire contract and understand it? I'm sure few do that. I think I glanced through it fairly quick. I don't think I studied the entire thing, but you are signing on that. I mean, it is something that they're not just doing without your consent, because it's all part of the whole contract. But the bottom line is, if you don't agree to this, then you can't start your channel. You know, so they kind of get you by the cojones basically when they're doing that. They're saying, hey, okay, if you want to start your channel, that's fine. You start this channel, but you have to do it this way, and we're gonna before you're able to monetize, we're gonna attach it and make what we want. Yeah, that's gonna do that. It's just one of their perks they have, and they get 100% of that. I'll tell you there. If you're making money, then yeah, won't monetize at all. But you got to understand too. I mean, uh, I will laugh my ass off in Google, and I don't understand. I don't like people playing with me. Yeah, like I said, like I said, if you're they kind of put restrictions on you that benefit them, and if you don't like it, then you don't get the channel. I mean, you can't pick and choose. It's like they're going to do that if you want your channel, then that's the way they're going to do it. I know it doesn't seem right, does it? But they almost like they have all the power in a sense. They have the format. They have the whole the channel itself. They have the multi-million-dollar algorithm, whatever, billions tied up into it, and they get all the capital in it. And if you want a piece of that, then you have to kind of bow a little bit on the way until you are able to get your cut. Yeah. It's almost like, yeah, like they're up here and they know it. And they flex it. Yeah. But it is what it is. It's just kind of like that's one of the things you have to deal with. But like I said, if you don't like it, then I just stay away. Don't get your channel. That's how they get you, right? So I mean, again, business, sometimes business is not something, certain businesses run that way, and they're one of them. But again, they kind of have the upper hand on you. But I mean, the thing is that once you, if you ever have a good successful channel, listen, I think I'm still a very, very small channel. My videos, I think, could do better. I'm still only making handfuls of of views. Listen, I think a lot of it has to do with me. My work ethic could be more so. I could put out more consistent videos. I think sometimes I get inconsistent. Sometimes I don't always load them up at the same right time. They talk about coming up with flashy thumbnails, ways of captivating audiences, making your videos better every time. You got to work on improving your videos consistently, and of course, like building up like subscribers and building up hours and things is all part of it. But you look at some of these channels, the ones that are very successful, these professional ones, they're putting out videos that are within a half hour, they already have like 5,000 plus views on them, if not more, depending on them, depending on who they are. But some of these mega channels that are out there, these ones, but they got the algorithm all set in their way. They've accumulated probably thousands, probably tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of subscribers. But once they get into that category, then they have a wider scope they have the subscribership. The algorithm puts more emphasis on their videos. They're showed to a wider audience, so their scope is bigger. Me, I don't get as much of a wider audience, but I would be if I put more into it, if I captivated more interest. Again, a lot of it has to do with me. So, and I mean, again, it's like how much time you want to put into things. And one time I read this apartment contract and it was weird. It was saying not to cut items directly on the counter. LOL. Put them in especially in the contract. Oh, I see. That was part of your contract in like a lease in an apartment. I mean, listen, I could kind of see that because if you're cutting things directly on the counter, yeah, you're leaving scratch marks. You're ruining it. And if you leave out of there, then they have to get a whole new countertop. I mean, they have to put things like that in there. But the bottom line is they do that, and if you do end up cutting on the thing and you wreck their countertop, they'll take it out of your safety deposit, right? Yeah. I mean, yeah, they're real sticklers about that. They want normal wear and tear in an apartment. They account for certain wear and tear depending on how long you've been there, but certain things you can avoid. I mean, I mean, I don't do that anyway. Get a cutting block. They get those wooden cutting blocks that are fairly inexpensive, and those are actually something you can throw in and clean them. Some of them are like uh, polymer. Those actually work pretty good. And then you just you throw them in the washing machine, or I mean the dishwasher machine, that is. So yeah, it's actually not a bad thing. I mean, but you got to watch out. Some of them will penalize you for a lot of things. Some of those. I remember one time back. Funny thing you bring that up, Lish, about your apartment, right? Back when I was married, and me and my wife, we were looking for an apartment, and there was we moved in with my mother-in-law for 6 weeks. It was probably one of the worst decisions we made. She changed as soon as we moved in. She got really controlling and she didn't like me, and I was a complete idiot. I was she was always talking to her about me, and she was, of course I was me and I was the husband, but she wasn't like that before we moved in. But once I got in there, she changed. So we decided to move out six weeks later, literally 6 weeks later. Okay, so we're looking for an apartment, we're looking for different places. And there was this one place that gave us like a lease form. I swear it was this thick. The whole, like, the paperwork was probably 30 or 40 pages thick. And it was just a matter of flipping. And there were things like that about, like it was there was a common area, like the yard was a common area for all the other tenants. And if you wanted to have a cookout, you had to coordinate it to have it on a certain week that nobody else was having a cookout at the same time. Like you had to, like, almost like, well, I want to have the cookout this Saturday on the 7th. Well, I'm having mine first. It's like, well, you had to almost, or you were going to have your cookout from, let's say, noontime to 2 in the afternoon. And then somebody else would be able to have their cookout 3 o'clock to 5 o'clock. You had to coordinate weird little things. These were some of the things that were in that contract, I remember. Not to mention all the other things that were. There were tons of things, little things like that about cutting on the surface. Tons of these things. But we ended up saying it was a nice place. It looked okay, but we just didn't like the way the lease was. It just looked like they were on you for every little thing. I says, we don't want to live like that either. Give us a lease that's like maybe 3, 4 pages long. You know what I mean? That's fine, but not like 40. So it's insane to compare what you pay for them. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So yeah, I was assuming it was damage type thing. Sure, and some counters they don't even replace them or paint over them. I used to watch my dad repair. Oh yeah. Well, some of them, I mean, if it's a real countertop, if it's real marble, that is, a real granite, it could be a real granite countertop. Or it could be those Formica ones, those ones that look like granite, but they're just Formica. But still, either way, they'd have to, if they get really cut up and really damaged, then it just looks, it looks, it's something they would have to repair. That's all. God, like HOA. Oh, HOA, LOA, homo. Yeah, like I said, I think that might have been it. I can't remember what it was exactly, but that particular lease for that apartment was just so much red tape on that. And we decided, no, we're not going to go there, just reading it. I mean, it looked like it took hours just to read through all that. It was just deep with stuff, stupid stuff. I mean, I can't even go, God, like HOA. Housing, authority, LOL. But okay, so we're getting into just okay, talking about making money and stuff on YouTube, and yeah. But bottom line is about the thing about YouTube that I've noticed too is that it I noticed too that it all depends on your motivation. With me, I always thought, a year ago when I first started, I thought, okay, I had certain goals to meet. I did. I had certain goals. I said, okay, I want to get, there's always the threshold I think every YouTuber has is again, eventually first is that 1,000 subscribers. You want to first do that. You do everything you can to try to build up your audience and build up your subscribers. There's always certain thresholds that every one of them have. Then, of course, you want to build up your watch time and things like that. Of course, everybody wants to get monetized a little bit. Um, but I guess with me, I mean, I realize it's the dedication you really have to have if you really want to get into making like high quality videos and stuff. You almost have to learn so much. Just you almost have to take courses. They even offer there's a lot of these creators, and sometimes I see commercials all the time. They're offering like learning how to do AI, as far as visual ones. And some of them say you could take your own image, you can create yourself, and then put yourself into situations. Use your voice. You can create your own AI clone in a sense. I mean, it gets deep as far as where you can go with it, and then you can clone your own voice, but put it into an AI. Like I could take my voice, record it, make it, and then just like come up with a script and a dialogue, and it will say it the way I do. I mean, that goes on. So I mean, there's a lot of things you could learn on it. Animation, but I mean, again, it just all depends on how much you want to put into it. Um, I've been trying to get a little bit more motivated as far as looking at like OBS. There's OBS studios recording certain ones, um, reaction videos. I'm trying to do that, but my work schedule got so crazy sometimes. And then I got weekends, and sometimes then the stuff I got to do on weekends. Um, I mean, it's almost like I always have a lot of different things. I try to spend time doing that stuff, but it's sometimes you feel like you're feeling around in the dark. You know that old saying when you're in a dark room and you try to feel around, like you're trying to find things that you don't know are even there. It kind of sometimes YouTube feels like that if you're not really learning it, or unless you see it, learn it, and do it. or being or if it has been demonstrated. Sometimes there's things you got to just learn. And this is stuff I'm learning too. This is stuff I'm having to find out is that yeah, it's almost like a training process. You know, you can't just I mean, you might get lucky and be somebody that just talks on a camera. I see some of these guys, you know, with these videos, you know, these guys that have 30 or 40 videos and they already got like tens of thousands of subscribers and they already like their videos are getting thousands of hits. And these are guys that are just talking on the camera, but it's their niche they got like, you know, it's certain niches. Like there's this one guy I've been watching, right? Um, and he just talks off the cuff and he doesn't even edit his videos. He just kind of talks in front of his laptop and he's like, well, the other day I walked into a place and then he's always talking basically he's talking about the entitlement of like the way the dating culture is, you know, how like women are very the way they are kind of red pillish, where he's just talking about how, you know, the way relationships are and the way the world is and the way, you know, like why men aren't really dating like they used to because women are so they act very entitled and they're not really worth pursuing anymore because of their attitudes. And I says, yeah, I can understand. But he just talks about this stuff. He's got different scenarios and he's got stories like, well, the other day I walked into a pizza joint and then there was this couple arguing about something, and you know, he just comes up with stuff. He talks off the cuff, but the guy's got thousands of like hits, and he's barely got 100 videos. And I'm like, see, this guy just this is all he's got, but he's got a niche where people are just hitting on him, you know, on all his stuff, and he doesn't have a lot. Me, I got like hundreds of videos. I still get, you know, I'm lucky to get 200 like views sometimes on my videos, you know. So I mean, so again, a lot of things that have to be learned, you know, and again, it's all that's why I mean it's like, do I need another niche? Or what do I do with this one? I'd like to think I see some other niches though where they got INFJ channels, and some of these, like I saw Wen's and I see Jay Scott. I mean, well, you know, then of course you got Frank James. But then again, look at what he does. The guy works his butt off with these skits he's got. You know, I mean, I don't want to be the next Frank James. That's his thing. I mean, I could easily say, okay, I start putting on costumes and wigs and coming up with scripts and putting green screens behind me like I'm in a library. You know, I have like every personality type at the library. I don't want to do that. That's not me, you know. But I mean, that got him famous. You see, I mean, that's his niche. But he does the 16 personalities. But I mean, that's a great niche. But then again, you got to figure he worked his butt off to do that. I mean, he's got a certain talent for that, you know. So again, I mean, like if I find this niche, what is it going to be? It would have to be just. I mean, I would have to, you know, eventually, like I said, I want to. What I really want to do is reaction videos. Take certain videos, and I'm going to start trying to do that. But I need to know all the you know, as far as all the legalities, because you know I've got the Fair Use Act is at least there. You can take videos, comment on them, you know, you got to make them transform them. I mean, it's just certain things. I'm kind of close to doing that, but again, I need the time. I need to sit down and start poking around the computer, and I feel like I need like days worth of time just to really explore the computer and figure out exactly how to use everything. So, yeah, the OBS is something. Oh yeah, personality pill. I had the chat up there. You might have missed. Oh, I had a chat up there. You might have missed. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, the OBS is something that will help your channel grow. You can stream vertical and horizontal at the same time. Helps get hits faster. I tried to do that a couple weeks ago, and I ended up just doing like a vertical one. I still gotta I still gotta poke around a little bit and get the thing. I gotta get the right plug, and I'll get that eventually. I just gotta figure that out and how to do the vertical and the horizontal. I'm gonna do that. Again, it just takes a lot of I mean, I have to spend a lot. I mean, as much time as I spend here sitting talking on the computer, like right now, I guess I gotta poke around at that OBS. you know. But there's a ton of tutorials on there. There's a bunch of tutorial channels out there that teach you how to do it. I just gotta I just gotta apply a little bit more. That's all. Okay. I guess it's part of me, like I said, I'm the reality. I mean, part of me says, okay, YouTube looked easy. Yeah, you cut a video, you throw it out there. It looks easy, you know. It really is. It's very entailed, though. It really is. Um, it is a whole job in itself if you want to make it that way. But I guess when you think about how lucrative it could be, it could be worth it if you play all your cards right, if you put all your eggs in one basket and do it just right. Yeah, it could be worth it. There's no doubt about it. You know. Well, I have 9 watching. Okay, so I sound like so. Let me see. I would imagine we got 9 hanging out here. Hopefully. So we got, but anyway, that's some of the things I got going on, you know. But I mean, bottom line is, but like I said, I've said before that these live chats, though, I just like doing them because you know it's my way of making contact out here too, without being too much contact. But I mean, not personal. I mean, obviously it's not personal, but it's still there's contact there. It's still there, you know. Knowing you're out there is enough to know that you're out there, you know. So, um, but anyway, well, anyway, so if anybody has any questions or concerns, if anybody has any, if there's anybody new out there, anybody new out in the channel that would like to join on in here, say hello. If you happen to be new, passing through, and you'd like to introduce yourself, come on in and leave a little comment on the chat. And if you have a concern, let me know. Okay. So if not, we'll hang out here for a little while longer. And if there's something anybody else would like to talk about, as far as something that tickles their fancy, I guess you could say. Yeah, let's hear what you got to say. We will talk to you as well. Okay. So anyway, that's pretty much it. But bottom line is, yeah, I mean, I I guess part of me just has to get take YouTube a little more serious. But I'm kind of like I said, it's I'm in a spot where sometimes now same thing with you, Jethro. I mean, I know you were struggling to like you want to really make your YouTube channel just right, and but you had to get yourself back in order as far as getting a job that you were good at and everything. And we were talking about that before, how that had to take priority before you can start cutting videos because that you had to focus your time and energy on that. But me, part part of what I got is I just have to maintain a life, and I have a full time job that I have to maintain, and I have to be, uh, you know, there's only a certain amount of time I get rest time on the weekend. Obviously, that would be like the one main time I'd be able to work on this on the YouTube, which I try to take advantage of. But sometimes I feel like I need more time than that. Like I almost need, yeah, like it takes more, you know. But again, I think that's all part of time management and stuff like that. But yeah, I have another channel, and I'm going to make a video by next Saturday. It's going to be a nunchuck shot. Hey, there you go, another channel. Well, if you'd like to tell the chat what your channel is, I mean, maybe you can get a couple people interested in seeing what that is. It's about nunchucks, then, huh? So just about the art of how to work the nunchucks and all that stuff. Yeah. Well, if you'd like to leave that down here, okay, we could do that. Give you a little bit of publicity. I'm always good for that. I try to do that, especially with some of you out there. I mean, you're welcome to do that. Okay. Like I said, I mean, same thing with Justin. I mean, he's a great guitar player. I recommend some of you people watch some of the other channels of as you stop in. I try to do that, of course. I think that we should be doing that, you know. But yeah, no, that's cool. So now, so you got a second channel. So you got another one is starting out. Well, what's the name of that one though? You have to let us know the name of that if it's another one. Now, is this something brand new? Is it not a video put out in it yet? And you're just trying to get it established? Or is this something that you are already have established or whatnot? Just curious. Okay. It's let's see. Uh, QL that cool Jethro. I have to practice Chuck's LOL. Yeah, that sounds pretty cool. Definitely. If I was going to do anything, I'd love to practice like sword fighting. I'd if I could go back and do it, I'd want to like be like samurai, like practice swords. I mean, just get into self defense with like, yeah. I mean, I just something I do, you know, not lightsabers, but swords. You know what I mean? Something on that idea. Um, but but nunchucks, yeah, they always seem to me. I do. They always seem like, gosh, I mean, the way Bruce Lee always made those things look easy to work. You know, clips are us is the channel. Hey, there you go. Clips are us, huh? It's going to show off my nunchuck skills. Oh, okay. There you go. Well, that's interesting. Cool. Yeah. Clips and show. Huh. All right. So, what did I do? I just did something here. Okay. Um, you can still do it, Tom. Yeah, I know I can. I know I can. Um, I would just have to start going through the motions and start, fencing or just going through it. Yeah. I mean, I think there's actually martial art courses that can be taken and things like that. Um, maybe sometime when I'm retired finally. Yeah, so I feel like I'm at a weird place in my life though right now. I mean, I've been doing a lot of introspective thinking. I think it has a lot to do with my age. The fact that I've changed so much in the last 5 years, especially since the whole awakening thing that I feel like I've had. Um, but I do way more thinking than ever had. But I think eventually when I settled up, if I can never settle down and maybe just maybe get to a like maybe said a retire thing. It's easy to do a nunchuk video and then the personality channel at the moment. Carry the skills I have like 15,000 hours in my training. Oh yeah, 15,000 hours of nunchuk training. Wow, 15,000 hours. Yeah, I could imagine. So that would well, if you have that kind of training and that kind of background, I would think that's yeah, that would definitely mean something right there, no doubt, right? That would happen. Yeah, I would think you should try that. Yeah, if that's what you want to do. Yeah. Now the thing is this, Jethro. I mean, you got to think. Could you captivate like an audience? Like, how much do you want to do? Like, just put out like a couple videos, or would you want to like put out a series of them and keep it going? Because the art of nunchucks would be a great niche, but you'd have to keep if you wanted to keep it keep the whole channel going and build up subscribers, watch time. You'd have to actually put out videos regularly, at least two a week anyway, just two a week. But then you'd have to come out with a whole other niche on how like certain techniques and like maybe like you'd have to do a certain practice maneuver just to master one certain like tuck rule, like like a whole video just maybe like the whole like when you swing that thing and you tuck it under the armpit, you know what I mean? Just to master that first, that one maneuver might have to, I mean, you can just do little things like that, you know? I mean, I know it's all combinations. I know it's combinations. You're putting it behind your back, you're catching it. And of course, I mean, it's all got to be I mean, I'm sure you know more than I do about it, obviously, but it's all in combinations, and then you can work different combinations. But yeah, but you would have to, that whole channel would have to be dedicated to either that or just martial arts in general. I mean, you could expand it not to just be all about nunchucks if you had martial art expertise, be anything that pertained to that kind of thing. But I mean, I'm sure that's something you got to think about. That's how things evolve, though, too. You'd have to evolve it in that way as well, right? Yeah, but I'm sure that's as long as it's something that's like a hobby to you. I mean, YouTube, it should typically what YouTube I've noticed though, YouTube for me, it started off like a hobby. I mean, I had the intent of someday maybe, making it big on YouTube. I think eventually I think there's plans. There's certain we have dreams, especially as YouTubers starting off. I think we have dreams to say, okay, I want to be successful. I'd like to be like you get certain idols that you see, certain people that you see are on top. Like me, I see Frank James. I see certain ones that really made it big. Okay, I don't know. I wouldn't say Mr. Beast. I mean, Mr. Beast is his own. He's got his own niche. But there's other ones that were within the niche I got right now. I mean, obviously, but you see what they had to do to get there. And but you see the amount of hard work they put into their videos is amazing. And but then you look at their page too, and they've got all the little dots. They got their merchandise going. They got their mugs, their shirts, their sweaties, their sweatshirts, their hoodies, and they got their logos, and they got their merchandise. See, little things I haven't done yet. I mean, what do I do? I mean, how much, would I have to spend a little bit for these tea shops to make my products? I mean, do I even generate enough views enough for people to buy my stuff? I mean, I'm sure I'd make a handful of sales here and there, but enough to make it to justify like putting them out there. So, I mean, little questions I'd have to ask. So, but again, that's what I mean. There's so much more than just making videos, too. I mean, it gets down to merchandise and selling and all that. So it's like it becomes a business. See, this is the part of it that I got a little bit overwhelmed seeing. I was like, it can be overwhelming when you see the depth of it. And then you try to find out, like, well, how do I do this? Like, again, it's like feeling around in the dark. Like, what do I do? You know, I mean, you got to go into websites and kind of do emails. It's a lot of stuff that I guess, you know, again, it's all on the job training. But I guess it would make it worth it because it can be lucrative. It can be if you want to put the time in and the effort into it. So no doubt about it. That's all. Uh, okay. Ask AI. Ask AI. Okay. Uh, ask AI about, yeah, that's right. Either that or there's some tutorial video. I mean, anything you want to know as far as a tutorial, like how do I design a t-shirt for my t-shirt brand. Oh, I'm sure that's all out there. I think a lot of it has to do, you almost have to do a graphic, like a logo or a design or something. You have to actually draw it out, then you got to kind of put it in the email and send it to that and tell them to put this on a shirt. Then they have to put some kind of decal and put it on a shirt and sell it. So I mean, I think there's ways of finding out how to do that. It's just um a part of me says, should I be, should things be bigger than it is? If I was making 2,000 views on each video, would that be worth it? I mean, I wonder if, like, how much it would be worth it. I mean, I still feel like I still kind of, I think maybe it's a little bit of it is, I get cold feet thinking, all right, I got some things going for me, but I'm still small. I'm still way small, you know, and I got to get the brand out there. But I don't know. I'm always defeated. I'm always like, I guess that's one of my things. I always self defeat myself. I'm always thinking I'm not gonna quite make it yet. I'm always talking myself out of things. This has been a problem I got. See, this is something I got to look at too. is I'm actually telling you right now that most of my life I've always talked myself out of certain things. Like I was never going to be, I'd probably be a failure at it. I think that's that FI, as they call it. It's that sometimes our FI is inferior. And yeah, we tend to cut ourselves down and we'll tell ourselves we're not good enough. And I do that. I'm very guilty of that and been that way most of my life. My niche with the nunchucks I have isn't like many others. I could stream 5 hours streams, never taking a break. There isn't one person on YouTube doing that. Oh, yeah, that's right. You told me one time you went 10 hours by just noonchucking, like consistently not stopping for like 10 hours. I think you said something about that. So if you did a live stream just sitting there and now can you talk and noonchuck at the same time? Or would you get out of breath? Or I'm just curious. Or maybe just the idea of if somebody saw you noonchuck and they say, hey, check this out. This dude's noonchucking. And then they just watch and say, well, how long is he going to do this for? And then they might just stay on your channel for like hours just watching you. Yeah, that's possible. I'm thinking that might catch somebody's interest, especially if you did it that long. Yeah. I mean, that'd be interesting. I mean, somebody out there would probably just be interested to see that. Yeah, definitely. So, well, that's a pretty good original niche, though. I've never heard anybody say that but you. So that's a good one, no doubt. So, well, what I'm going to do here, people, is it is 11:21 p.m. and I know it is a it is a Sunday night. What I think I might want to do is I'll probably go to about noon, midnight tonight. Okay. What do you say we do another 40 minutes and at midnight we call it a night? Okay. We'll do that. But for right now, we're still going to hang around for a bit. You can sing songs by request live, doing Noonchucks live. Dress different ways. Oh, there you go. There's some dress different ways, just throwing different stuff. Sing songs by request live. So the singing Noonchuck guy, flipping that thing and singing songs. Can you do that? That would be something. Yeah, kind of like juggling and riding a unicycle at the same time. If you ask me, that's a talent for you too. Get different colored nunchucks, then sell them. Jethro edition. Hey, there you go. Hey, you could do that too. Say, hey, you could actually auction off some of your nunchucks. Hey, anybody wants these nunchucks? I got them for sale. These are the very nunchucks you spent 5 hours, 10 hours on, and then you could throw a bid out there. Can you bid things or just maybe somebody want to buy those nunchucks? Hey, there you go. There's some good ideas you got going on there already. Lish has got some good ideas for you. I can see that. So, all right. Now, Lish, what did you mean by ask AI? Were you talking about Jethro asking AI something or me? What is that? Um, I'm not sure. So, all right. So we're going to hang around here for another 40 minutes. So we got to find something to do, not to contain dead air for 40 minutes. So what do we do? Well, we got to talk about something, and I got to talk about. Well, I have to talk about something. I'm the host, and I have to be somehow somewhat interesting right here, somewhat entertaining right here. So what do I do? Okay. Well, like I said, sometimes you can help me out and ask me a question. We can jump down a rabbit hole, and if not, we can just again go into another topic, a discussion about our psyche, about something that we want to talk about. Okay. Uh, you asked AI to help you set up a plan for your channel and making merchandise. Oh, okay. All right. That's I think we did cover that then. That's right. We did say something about that. Okay. Um, right. No, that's making merchandise. Yeah. like I said, mugs and t-shirts I'd want to start. But like I said, I have a lot of I have a lot of things I'd like to do, but actually doing them, I gotta put them into play. But again, sometimes I feel like time is an essence for me. But it is what it is. This is just some of the little plights I've got to have to deal with. Uh, you have no afro. Yes, I have an afro. Two, I can use that as an image. Oh, you have an afro. What do you mean? Like just, oh, do you? I think you said that before. That's right. Yeah. I kind of pictured you had something like that. Yeah. I figured. Uh, all right. But anyway, so I guess, on recap of what we talked about today, people, I guess mainly, as far as who we are, our, as far as INFJs go, and about authenticating. Well, let me ask you this, people. What is the most important thing? What is the most important thing to you as an INFJ? Like, what is? I guess there's certain goals. Like, I mean, do people like really want to be successful? INFJs typically they measure their success not necessarily monetarily, not necessarily being a billionaire, maybe being comfortable. Now, listen, I would measure success at being comfortable with like having enough money to feel as though I had no worries, having just enough money, knowing I was, well off for the rest of my life. And if I had a family, of course, them too. Well, currently, I don't really have that, but you'd have to ask yourself too, what exactly are the are the things that would actually, what exactly are important? I mean, I think our importances change in the course of our life. If I was asked this question 30, 40 years ago, I think that my answer would be different than what it is today. I mean, based on my evolution. I mean, what might have been important to me 40 years ago was to be, have that typical American dream of, settle down, find a wife, get married, have your children, you know what I mean? Typical stuff. Have a nice home and just have a very good, then have grandkids someday. Now, years later, I mean, at the age I'm at now, that's not a concern of mine. I mean, I've already tried that, been there, done that, and it wasn't quite what happened. Um, I'd say that the best thing I can do, I think my best, most important thing now is just I think I'm actually finding it, finding just having that inner clarity, having some kind of control over the mind. Um, I think that maybe that's something we always wanted most of our life anyway, is just to know we had peace and control over mind and we no longer are confused. Now, being that I feel like that's what's going on in my life, I feel like that's part of the what's important. But I think maybe as a whole, as fundamentally as who we are, that could be our greatest want in life, basically, or most important part of our life. But again, it changes because maybe what you were thinking 30 years ago isn't the same as what you got now. I think that is an evolving desire. Now, I think everybody's like that. It could be everybody on earth is similar to like that, but I think with us, I mean, there's never one goal. I mean, because so many times we change, we self-discover, we basically we introspect. I mean, we're the most introspective type anyway. INFJs probably introspect more than any other type personality, but that would mean that exactly that we change, we change fundamentally on our viewpoint from era to era, time to time. And I know that's what happened with me, you know. But just basically finding the truth, just finding the truth and finding some kind of personal salvation, having some kind of personal clarity, finding peace, finding a calm still in my mind. These seems to be the most important thing for me right now. You know, but let's see. Yeah, I haven't. Okay. I want to uncorrupt the world. I want to uncorrupt the world as much as possible with my knowledge. Lish, yes, but how much peace? Yes, but how much peace I have, LOL, and how making a good impact on people. Yeah, yeah, these are important things to you. Just making a good impact. I think some of the best impact we can make on people too is just try to live the best lives we can and be that subtle subliminal influence on others. I think that's ultimately what we do, and I think we actually realize that we have that subtle, almost subliminal influence. And that's all you can do is just live your life a certain way, have a certain presence about you, live a certain um, have a certain disposition about yourself, and you will rub off on people. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to actually make a big speech or make big announcements. I mean, not necessarily, but a lot of times just your presence in other your social groups and who you are and people that you know, you'll see, if you have a positive influence and a positive outlook, they will just follow suit instinctively. It's just the way it is. Be Michael. Hey, Michael, you out there? Okay, I'd say peace and stability now that my kids are adults, survived an abusive marriage, and divorced and raising my kids alone as a single dad. Oh, really? Boy, you got a lot on your plate there. I had surviving an abusive marriage and divorce. Oh, that's too bad. You had to listen. Hey, listen. I got divorced myself. Luckily, when I got divorced, my kids were already of consenting age. They were legal adults. I didn't have young kids, luckily, but I mean, we kind of kept it together just long enough to where that wasn't going to be a factor. But that's a lot. That's a lot on your plate right there. Know what I mean? But anyway, it sounds like survived an abusive marriage. Now, when you say abusive, like physically, or was it more like just verbal and you know things like that? Because sometimes I think sometimes when we are you know, sometimes I mean we think of being abused as like fiscally abused, emotional abuse. These things get thrown around all the time. Sometimes you hear these. Sometimes you hear these these podcasts and things, and these modern women are talking a lot about. They throw all this stuff out. How men are they're emotionally abusive, and financially abusive. But you find out that they were just getting everything for nothing, and then all of a sudden the boyfriends just take the money away. They're just not paying their rent anymore, or not paying for their car anymore, and then they call that abuse because they just stopped funding them. And why did they stop funding them? Well, probably because they were just getting to be bad girlfriends. You know what I mean? But of course they spent it. So, but I mean, whatever kind of abuse you're talking about, there could be abuse of marriage. I mean, hopefully it wasn't physical. I mean, sometimes you hear about that. I mean, sometimes we tend to think that physical abuse, it's always a woman getting battered, and we always look at it in one side. But then you find out there's a lot of abuse in men. You know, especially nowadays. Men are so painted in a corner in a way. Like we raise our voice, and all of a sudden we're abusive. You know what I mean? And of course, if you strike even once, then you're a basher, you're abuser. But all the time, sometimes our wives get away with things. Sometimes I see women beating the tar out of their husbands, where they slap them and they hit them. And somehow men are like painted in a corner. Well, they can't really say much because men are they're expected to be, we take this stuff. And somehow it would look to be as if a man being almost weak or like pathetic in a way to think that his wife is doing that to him, like abusing him, right? It's a two-way street, isn't it? But sometimes it does happen. Sometimes you have these wives that abuse their husbands physically. Yeah. And it is a shame. It is what it is, but it's not viewed the same in this society though, somehow, because a man is almost painted to the point where he can't even fight back. That's one of the dynamics of relationships nowadays. I don't want to get too much into red pill stuff, but somehow I get steered into it. I might, if I ever do another channel though, I might go with the red pill channel, something like that. I don't know if you call it red pill, maybe that's not it, but just one of those focusing on like dysfunctional relationships in the world and how the impact of what they're having on society. I guess that's what I'm going to do at some point. But yeah, it is a shame that sometimes that happens, you know. But hopefully, you're. But it sounds like now, are you like a single dad and you have sole custody of your kids, Michael? Is that what's going on? That's what it sounds like the way you're writing in that comment. Like you're now raising your kids alone as a single dad. So it sounds to me like you're doing that. But well, anyway, I hope wish you the best of luck on that. I hope everything works out for you, because that's a lot. That's a lot on your plate that you have to deal with now too, especially if you got young kids involved. If you got small young kids, yeah, that can be a lot to have to deal with. No doubt about it. So hopefully you're doing all right there. Had to play it cool, calm, and factual, and hire a good lawyer, especially as the male half. Oh yeah, I can imagine so. Yeah, I definitely could think so. Yeah. Now, yeah, sometimes I know. Um, I mean, I had a divorce. I've been divorced now. It's going on 5 years. In fact, it was 5 years this month that me and my wife had split up. So it's hard to believe it's been 5 years, but yeah. Oh yes, I had that. Okay, but I had a different situation though. My situation was, like I said, at least my kid was 18 when we decided we couldn't live together anymore. But they're 18 and 20 now, but I raised them alone in the past 10 years. Oh, so now they're actually adults now, it sounds like. Oh, thank you. Yes. Yeah, that's good. I mean, 18 and 20. So at least so you were for 10 years you were the single dad then, huh? Sounds like yeah, that's a lot on the plate. Hopefully they're functioning now. They're going off. They're having jobs. Maybe they're going to college. I don't know if they're, you know, as long as they're functioning and you taught them good habits and they want to work for a living, and because if they're doing that, then great. You did a good job as far as the getting them on their feet. Um, Sometimes you hear a lot of stories now where people's kids are living with them well into their 20s, or they just let them think that that's what they want them to do, or they're not willing to leave. Sometimes you hear about stories like that. I mean, everybody's different, but you know, uh, I mean, not everybody is ready to go at 18 or 20 either, depending on how you raised them. So, but that's good that at least you stuck around and you made it work for them. Now, your ex-wife, did she ever contribute? Did she have any kind of like joint custody? Did you ever do like something like that? Where did she ever spend weekends, or did they go see their mom every so often, or was she just out of the picture completely? And it sounds to me like she just completely leave your whole family? I mean, I'm just asking questions, man, but because that sounds like you had quite an ordeal there. But at least if you did well though, you took care of your kids though. You stepped up to the plate and did the right thing. That's a good thing, you know. So well, hopefully, yeah, everything works out. That's all. So, no, but with my situation, yeah, no, I left. I didn't have to have my kid. In fact, my kid was going off to college, and he's trying to get his master's degree, if you can believe that. He's trying to go. He got his bachelor's. Now he's going for his next 4 years to get his master's. They're both employed and pay their own living expenses and contribute toward housing expenses. Oh, okay. All right, there you go. So at least they're functioning and they're paying their bills. That's good. That's good. I mean, that's a good thing, you know. That's one thing I was yeah, you got to be self-sufficient. You got to at least know you're contributing and you're not just I mean, unless you're well-bodied and able, you should be taking care of yourself. That's all. No doubt. Um no, but yeah. So luckily when that happened is that my kid was going off to college. But the thing is, I got to be honest with you. I I did some real bad. I made a lot of mistakes as a dad, and I take full blame for them. And I probably could have had a better relationship with my son, but I didn't. But I don't have really much of a contact with my kid right now. He's off in college, and I haven't really seen much of him in the last few years. So it is what it is. But I'm going to let him live his life. I mean, it's just these are some of the things I had to deal with myself too. Is some of the mistakes I made, and I kind of regret a lot of things I did as a father. But yeah, my ex-wife has visitations and paid child support, and paid child support. Oh, and paid child support. She left the state we reside in back in 2022. Oh, and she has been back. She has been back to see them once since then. Oh, just once. Oh, okay. So she left the state. Did she run away with another man or something like that? I listen. Maybe I don't. I don't need to ask too many questions. I mean, it sounds like just saw the grass was greener. Just decided she wasn't happy. You hear? Listen, I hear stories about that a lot. There's a lot of times this no fault divorce that goes on nowadays. Just it's something they instituted back in 2020, 2010. All you have to just say is, I'm not happy anymore. I'm not fulfilled anymore. I want a divorce. And you don't have to come up with a reason and you don't have to contest anything. Boom. Irreconcilable differences. And a lot of times that's what's happening. So then you got a lot of times, I mean, what is it? 70% of women are initiating divorces nowadays. I mean, that's what the ratio is: 70% initiated by women, 30% by men. So a lot of times that's just it. They decide they're not happy, they're not fulfilled anymore, and they just move on. Yeah. And it's not faithful anymore. Listen, I know men aren't perfect either. I get that. But a lot of times you hear the same story go on and on like that. So, but the thing is, I mean, she didn't, uh, she didn't want to have a lot to do with your kids. Now, are your kids, are they boys? Are they girls? A boy and a girl? I guess you would definitely be doing a red pill channel listening to you. It's very red pill. Well, I'm trying not to sound so like one sided. I don't want to sound like that. Okay. Um, but being that I am a man, you know, and of course we are who we are. And I mean, I'm not trying to I mean, I'm thinking we're not perfect. I know that, but I mean, a lot of times some of these things are happening now, and you hear about irreconcilable differences, and this is something that was initiated just maybe like in 2010. This is a fairly new thing that I think became I think national. I think it's most states adapted it is what it was. I think a couple of states adapted this thing, and then other states started to follow suit with these no fault divorces, and you didn't have to have a reason anymore. And they just granted divorces just if you weren't happy anymore, not fulfilled. So it is what it is. It's not bad red pill talk. It's good. No, I get it. Yeah, it's just that it's sometimes they call it red pill, but a lot of times it's just saying things that nobody really wants to say. That's sometimes where it's taboo to talk about, right? Especially from the man's point of view. A lot of times, men we tend to get overshadowed because women sometimes control a narrative on the breakup. They throw a lot of throw a lot of words in there, and they kind of fluff everything to make it look like nothing was their fault. And sometimes, a lot of times, that's what happened. And even though they always try to control the narrative. Meanwhile, men are just keeping themselves quiet, and they typically don't say much. Yeah, but it turns out, I mean, but men should be able to say a few things. Hey, you ever see that guy? His name is Dan. He's all men need to be heard. He's that bald guy. He's got the goatee. Oh, he's brutal. That dude is like, ever must have seen that guy. You know, he shows he talks a lot, but he's listen, the guy talks the truth, you know. He just basically his concern is that his thing is men need to be heard. And basically, yeah, we're usually this whole dating culture and the whole society the way it is that, you know, in so many ways, I mean, you know, even in school, there's a lot of disrespect for men in this society and this culture, and especially in the last 50 or 60 years, with feminism. Feminism started off as just to started off basically as it's empowering women. You know, women want to be empowered. They didn't want to be traditional. They didn't have to be. They want to be more productive in the workforce. They should be able to, get out there and have a job, have a career, successful, and not need that, which is fine. They wanted to have that empowerment. Now, there's nothing wrong with that, but it turned into, like, over the course of years, it got very toxic in the last 20, 30 years, especially. And especially now, it just got into the point where it just got toxic, where it wasn't just about empowerment. It wasn't just about bettering them. It was about squelching a man, squelching, basically squashing down a man and men in general in order to elevate themselves. Now, when it turns into that, then it becomes toxic in a sense. I mean, when you have to step on somebody else's back in order to achieve or to elevate yourself higher, you know, somebody has to. You're not doing it on your own. You're having to squelch somebody else. Then it becomes destructive. Okay, and that was what the tide of the culture had done. Okay, in the last 20 years, and you do see that now. And then you hear a lot of these stories now. You watch this stuff, and men typically are, they're more less reluctant to get married anymore. Let's just say because everything's skewed, or the courts are skewed against men. I mean, usually what happens is in these no fault divorces, I mean, men lose half of their assets. They lose half they might lose the house. They might lose half their pensions. I lost two of my pensions. I lost half my pensions, and I had to have a couple that I lost. I didn't pay any alimony, but I know what happened to me. Even though, I mean, one of them was started before I even got married, but I still had that the whole time I was married. In that time, I was obligated to giving her half of that, and I got half of my other one. So I mean, it does happen, but I mean, that was light. I mean, it could have been a lot worse. I could have lost a house, and but bottom line is, you hear about things like that happen. It seems a lot of times it's skewed because the man typically is the earner, the provider, and it turns out that women seem to benefit more from a divorce, and men end up basically getting screwed over. And it does seem to happen that way. Um, Women couldn't have bank accounts back then, and the man abused them financially. Uh, well, they say that there's a lot of that they couldn't have a bank account. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that gets see Lish now. Okay, so now I struck a nerve with you, Lish. I could tell because that's a typical saying right there, And men abuse them financially. Well, the thing is now, I mean, well, the thing is now, women abusing men financially. I mean, is that what now it's payback, isn't it? Because now you got women that just it's very transactional. Women are getting involved in these relationships. They expect men to be very traditional, be like 1950s traditional men, while they don't do anything. They don't cook and clean. They're not traditional women anymore, but they want men to be. And then they want men to provide everything. First dates, they want men to you know, provide them everything, even pay for their nails and stuff. I think they warped and distorted what it means to be a male provider. Being a man as being a provider for a woman shouldn't have it shouldn't start as just a man like automatically taking over everything as soon as he gets involved in a relationship. It's these girlfriends think, 3 dates in, men should be paying for everything. Okay. What that came down to ultimately, a man was to provide for a woman when, let's say, they got married and she got pregnant, and now she was in the process of gestating in a pregnancy. She couldn't work at that point. It was up to the man to provide for her. This is where the providing part started. This is mainly the main role is where a man provides. And of course, he provided a home, he provided the food, he provided the safety and the shelter for the family in which she was helping to bear. But now it's been construed to where a man should be just immediately providing for a woman on day one almost. And this is like these high expectations they have nowadays, you know? So, I mean, you could say, it was all because they couldn't have bank accounts. And I mean, I've just been hearing all that something about bank accounts and abusing them financially. I mean, but typically, I mean, you heard a lot about women that would just, basically taking a lot of the assets out of a man's bank account. It's taking his money. The thing is about giving him a joint checking account and then, hoping you could trust your wife. A lot of women could be trustworthy, but then there were some that were not. So if you want to say that, Lish, I can honestly say that how many women have just end up stealing from a man's bank account, slow incrementally, and putting it into their own accounts. So men were financially abused by women for a lot longer, as far as I'm concerned, but they did it subtly. They did it very sneakily and they did it, but yeah. So yeah, I'm right back at you. I mean, women have been doing that to men right along. And now, like I said, they seem to get all the benefits in a divorce as well. You know, um, I'm not good. I'm just saying that. Oh yeah, I've worked in a plant and see how hard men work. Used to upset me when women would work with these jobs, but ask the men to do the stuff they couldn't do or didn't want to do. Oh, I see that happen sometimes. Women get on these workforces or they get in like a construction field, and usually I see the women just kind of watching most of the time, or they're just doing while the men are crawling in the ditches. They're not doing it. Yeah, I know. I see that happen all the time. But I mean, the thing is, it's like it's like almost like that whole right to work thing. Women have to be there if they want to be, but sometimes they don't get the same accountability as a man does. They should, but if they're going to be there, no, I'm good. I'm just saying that's what happened. It shouldn't be payback. I just think it's a teamwork that men and women shouldn't be against each other. Oh, absolutely. Listen, I think men and women should not be against each other. You're absolutely right. I think it should be more of a team effort. And I think there was a time in this country where men and women were more trusting. I mean, we had a time in this life in the time in this history where we were like that. Um, it does seem that I'd say ever since I was born, I'd say whenever feminism took over, I'm talking about radical feminism. We're talking about, first of all, like it started off nobly. Women just didn't want the traditional. I get that, but it got radicalized, especially in the last 20 or 30 years. And when that happened, like I said, it became almost toxic, hatred of men, and just basically making sure men paid and made sure men were just um, held in contempt in a way. And you see that go on right now. Um, but then again, I guess that just that just unleashed a silent backlash. The silent backlash when men just stop basically setting up dates. Now you got more men that are just they're done with it because they know the toxic nature of most of society the way it is. It's almost not worth trying. I mean, women say, "Why aren't men approaching anymore?" And then a few years ago, you had the Me Too movement, where they were making it where men going up to them was like harassment. It was almost grounds for like assault. Just going up and saying, "Hello, how you doing? Hey, hey, make it small talk. Hey, how you doing there? Hey, it's nice. Hey, what's your name? If she didn't like you, if she doesn't like you, she could say, this guy's a creep. This guy's approaching me. Then and if she wants to, she makes a scene, calls the cops. Cops, she'll get your plate number. Hey, this guy approached me, and then all of a sudden it turns into, you basically almost like threatened her or something. Some women are doing this. Some men say, you know what? Well, I'm not going to approach anymore, right? Um, oh, I see all the comments coming up now. Uh, I had to, I have to head to bed. Thank you, Tom, for the chat discussion. Yeah, I'm getting ready to shut this down in a few minutes myself here. The topic is why I respect the Myers Briggs ladies so much who are trying to get into the workforce and intelligence, not laziness, but how much each individual work Myers Briggs ladies. Yeah, you always talk about them Myers Briggs ladies. Yeah. Um, yeah, that's radical stuff is dumb. Yeah, it's the radical stuff. I mean, yeah, when it got too crazy with it, I mean, women definitely should have rights and everything, but it got a little bit out of hand. But now it seems it's totally shifted the whole, the whole market, I guess you could say. But the bottom line is, you hear a lot of these stories about that men are finally just finding contentment on their own. It used to be years ago that if a man was without a woman, without a girlfriend, without a wife, that somehow there was something odd about him. There was something wrong with him. Either he was a little funny or he was just odd in some ways. There was something odd that he was mentally ill or something wasn't right about him. Nowadays, men are saying, "Yeah, no, that's not it at all." They're more proud of it. Listen. I haven't had a girlfriend in a few years myself, but it's not because it's not out of spite. It's just that I had other things I had to do. I mean, I tried dating a couple times when I first got divorced when we first split up with my wife. I did go on a couple of dates, but they didn't go very far. And I've just decided I had other things I had to focus on. That's all. But I mean, I bought a house. I mean, I've got a decent job, but my all my money and my resources go toward, the house goes toward me. If I was involved with somebody, I'm sure it would be a lot different. And my head would my I don't do well. My head doesn't do well in relationships. That's all. Um, so no, I'm good. Just saying that's what happened. Um, well, yeah. I'd rather be approached. It shows interest. Last time I approached a man, he took advantage of my interest, and he was always broke. I was the man in the relationship. Well, the thing is, I mean, yeah, I know that women do want to get approached, and it seems like that's the natural law of order is that a man does the approaching. It's supposed to be that way. Men then take the lead in that. Okay. But when the thing is, it got tainted with this society. It got tainted. Like it became an expectation. Now it turns out women women expect it, but the thing is that they're talking out both sides of their mouth. At one point, you see them saying, "Men leave us alone. Men don't approach us." I've seen videos like that where men need to stay away, and then when they do, they actually listened, and then they stop doing that. Then they're like, they almost got what they wanted because they didn't think it would be. They just thought men would chase harder. They thought men would just pursue more. But then they realize men have a breaking point too. Men have a tolerance to say, hey, you know what? Screw this. It isn't worth it anymore. I'm going to sit back here. I'm going to start lifting weights, start working on myself, start improving myself. I'm gonna live alone, and I'm gonna be happy that way. And a lot of men, and I find out that there's a lot of men seeking solace in their peace. A lot of men are seeking solitude. Maybe in a I even said at one point I had a video like how INFJs in a way have blazed a trail. Is that being that INFJ men have been lone wolves their whole life. I mean, I have been, and typically we've always been that type. We've been the type to be a little bit more on the solitude side, and now you hear a lot of times that just average men, multitudes of men are just following suit with that. but they're improving on their lives because it gets so very toxic, unfortunately. Now, we'd want it's nothing more than for men and women to finally kiss and make up, no pun intended. And I think many men would love a committed, loving relationship with a woman. And I think women would like that too. But it's got to be, it can't be the same, like scam that marriage is. I mean, marriage is like a scam though nowadays. It's almost like for a man, it isn't worth getting married anymore, you know? So I think it took 50, 60 years to get to this point. It might take another 50, 60, 70 years to unwind this whole cultural collapse that it's going through, and it's going to cause a lot of birth rates to go down. I mean, all of a sudden you're going to see a lot less babies born because there's a lot less marriages out there, a lot less people raising their children, and you're already seeing a lot of that. You're seeing the signs on the wall, but it's going to come down to a point where society's going to have to fall flat in a way. It's society. It's society's felt. Oh, is that fault or felt? I understand Lish is even harder on the NFJ woman because she could approach and get a guy if the guy could understand that. uh, I think they meant the men are pervs, lol, and an approach with no respect. Well, yeah, that's what they say. I mean, but the bottom line is, I mean, it all depends. Only the ones that are approaching now. I mean, the good men aren't doing it. So the only ones that are willing to approach are the ones that have nothing to lose. These are the guys that say, oh, women, yeah. Oh, they're all wanting men to approach. Oh, good. Well, I'm going to shoot my shot. And these could be the dirtbags. There are a lot of dirtbag guys out there. You're right. I'll give you that. And if that's the only ones approaching, then they're making all the other guys look bad. But the good guys are saying, screw this. They're giving up on it. All right. And they're not doing that, you know? Uh, okay. Well, I think that, so we ran off into some red pill content here, people. Oh my gosh. I have 3 watching still. Okay. Well, it looks like things wound down a little bit. And guess what? It is now midnight. Uh, Lish, I've had some jobs that were mostly men. Yeah. Oh, I'm sure. I mean, men are basically men basically we do all the man a lot, majority of men do the manufacturing jobs, the construction jobs, the building jobs, maintenance jobs. I mean, it's dominated by men because we are the builders. You got to understand something too. Sometimes you hear these women saying, they could survive without men, and they want. You know what the thing is, right? If men went away right away, and it was just women in the world, they would probably things would start breaking down rather fast. Within 2 hours, I mean, there would be telephone lines getting if storms had knocked down telephone lines, and they'd be losing their power, losing cable, um, delivery. They'd have to start taking over delivery, which they probably couldn't. Probably within a month, the society would collapse without men because we are the builders and we do all the maintenance. So we're the ones pretty much building and maintaining the infrastructure of the world, and we have been for eternity. Okay, they seem to forget that. They always seem to leave that part out, that we pretty much put the whole society and structures together. And we did. I mean, it was men doing that. Women had very little to do with that. I don't want to sound sexist, but it's the truth. It is the truth. And without men now, yeah, society would not last very long. Okay. It really wouldn't. I know. Tom and Red Pill, huh? Maybe my next channel's got to be something like that, huh? Somewhat okay, Lish. Someone would be consider me masculine. I think those are intimidated because some really masculine men have said I was very feminine and nurturing. Okay, no, no, I need a man. I'm uh, men are strong and can do all the hard stuff. Got to respect that. Well, you know what, Lish. Yeah, of course you see that. You got common sense. You're logical. You're thinking logically. Okay, I get that. Of course. Lish, it's because being an INFJ is like femininity and masculinity on the scale, not just masculine or feminine. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. Hey, plus I talked about the animus and anima, kind of integrating the two. We have both of those characteristics, and it's part of our integration and our authentication is actually integrating those as well. Okay, those are other archetypes that we have to develop the opposite of ourselves. Okay, I mean, a man has to be comfortable in his, he's got a feminine side in there, but that's the attraction that we have to the woman. The fact that we have a feminine side is the attraction for the femininity of the woman that he desires. It's almost because that's the yin and the yang that keeps us interested in procreating. Okay, it's it's a little bit beyond what animal nature is. It's a little bit more of an elaborate system than animals have. But then again, that's what a human being is. We are a more elaborate expression of an animal because we're a hybrid of spirit and animal. Yes, Jethro, I feel a balance of both. Yeah, guiding and letting emotions get the best, get the way, complete each other. Well, okay. All right. Well, I hope you like my red pill there, personality pill. Actually, I noticed half your pill is half red anyway. So you got just a touch of that red pill in there anyway in your pictures. I know I've said that before, too. Lish, you sound like the woman of my dreams. Hey, there you go. Hey, matchmakers. Hey, you two wanna where you two from, huh? You two live like in the same state, same neighborhood? Hey, there you go. Maybe you two oughta like hook up there sometime there, huh? Maybe. Lish, yeah. Hey, you never know. I didn't say that. I don't know what I'm talking about, do I? Huh? Well, good luck. Hey, well, people, listen. I have three watching. Okay, I know who's the third one out there. I don't know. Is it me? No, it can't be me. It's got to be three out there. Well, I want to thank you for all hanging out with me again this weekend. Another exciting excursion into broadcasting excellence. Okay, as Rush Limbaugh used to say, another exciting excursion into broadcast excellence. One hand tied behind my back, just to make it fair. This is the Rush Limbaugh Show. Remember him? Yeah, the old Rush Limbaugh. He was a living legend, that guy. Okay. Hey, depending on what side of the spectrum you went on, you either loved the guy or hated the guy. But I just know he was a broadcaster and he knew how to talk and he had the golden EIB microphone to prove it. Okay. I know it would be like work outside in the heat, rain, and cold for 12 or 13-hour shifts. I know it would be like the work inside pampered. There you go. All right. All right. Well, people, thank you so much for sticking around with me and having this discussion. And as you can see, the rabbit hole goes goes wherever. The rabbit hole on this show has no boundaries. Okay, just think of that, people. No boundaries. Not on this show, anyway. It goes wherever. Okay. So we're gonna get going here. It is midnight, and so until the next time, people, if until we do this again, I'd like to just say thanks for everybody for showing up. Anybody who is left in this audience right now, I want to say I love all of you, and I love the support you've given the channel, and I want to thank you all for all that you've given to us and the channel. Okay, because like I've said before, this channel isn't just this channel on, it is you. You are the subscribers. You are the ones, you make this channel what it is. Without you, I'd be just a guy talking to no mic. That's all I'd be. Okay. So okay, but I have to say that, people, thank you so much for attending. And until the next time, until next week, we'll do this again. And until then, have yourself a wonderful rest of your day. And always stay experienced. I just threw that in there. I don't know. Well, thank you again.